Hello, everyone, and welcome to the February Progenitor League Circuit Tournament. It is a pleasure to see you today. It's a beautiful Saturday. I am Ben Juhadre Sorensen. Oh, sorry, I am Juhadre, and joining me on the cast is Admin Anonymous.
Good evening, good morning. It's actually good afternoon for everyone right now, at least everyone in NA that will be part of this tournament.
That is
I'm
true.
just so used to salutationing as good evening that I, you know what, it's going to get there eventually, and we're going to have a good time.
We both fell into old habits there, so I think it is forgivable. And hello, everyone. This is our debut on a YouTube stream. Welcome, and we're glad to have you. We have a great show for you coming today.
Technically,
And
we have streamed on YouTube before at trying to duo stream. It didn't quite work because someone's computer was not quite powerful enough. But um, yeah, for business and technical reasons, we are moving to primarily through YouTube. We'll eventually go duo streaming through YouTube and Twitch again, but it is we are very excited. I'm looking forward
absolutely.
to all the cool things we're going to be able to do with YouTube and with some other things where we have cooking up.
Now, speaking of cooking up, we do want to announce our March registration is already open. That will be on March 15th. So go to, oh, that's right, not start.gg as has been in the past, but Battlefy. We will be transitioning to
Yes.
Battlefy as our tournament platform. There, just like Admin was saying, advantages in what features exist on Battlefy. So, battlefy.com, look up Progenitor Circuit, and we will have all those links in our Discord.
Yes, we have our links in the Discord, which will be very helpful. You can go to our Progenitor Circuit homepage there to look at all the tournaments we have coming up that are posted. We have March and April, which is now posted as well, which will be on April 19th. I'm gonna sneak in my own little announcement there just because I'm so excited. I like talking about April for some reason.
Yeah,
and
I can't imagine what it is.
uh, with with that, our biggest reason for moving to that is tournament codes for our players. They are very excited. At least the the players we've been able to talk to, are very excited to finally have that as just part of the tournament organization. Just makes it a little bit easier. You don't have to send a friend request and say, "Oh man, the username on the tournament organization platform is different from the summoner name, which is different from the Discord name." Not
Mhm.
just hit the tournament code, jumps in the lobby. The only people who have access to the tournament code are people in the match and the administration, so that we can also jump in with our observer. Very easy, very fun.
Having used that in the past when I was the manager for Rated R Esports, I can tell you it's beautiful. It's going to be a great evolution for the PLC, and we are all excited. Do you know what else we're
Yes.
excited for, Admin?
The next game.
The next game, we have Silver
Yeah.
Smashers versus Krug Killas, everybody. So once
Yes.
Champion Select is ready, we will get that up on the screen. And this is going to be a great match today, Admin. And that's for a couple reasons. Number one, the Silver Smashers are a returning team. We've seen them, I believe, twice, and they performed quite well. And number two, the
Yes.
Krug Killas is another returning team, and they have had quite a journey getting themselves in here. They are very dedicated and excited to come and play, and it's just excitement all around for these two teams.
Yes, I'm excited to see the Krug Killers, what they are doing to help show up. They are they've consistently been trying to join every tournament and have
Mhm.
inconsistently succeeded. So they're slowly getting things more gelled together. So it is going to be interesting to see what they currently have in place right now, and then what they will have in the going forward. And very happy to see also Silver Smashers come back. Many of these players are part of Utah Valley University, so that is
Mm,
exciting to see some of them. It is not an official UVU team, uh, so we'll call it the unofficial UVU team.
there we go.
Is how I like to do something like that. And so yeah, this will be a very fun match to watch.
Indeed. So, Admin, a couple things that we brought up on the latest episode of PCP. That is our podcast that is also available on our YouTube page. So look that up when you can. We were discussing a few of the things that happened on our latest patch that we think will make some changes in how our games are played and drafted here today. And I want to get your thoughts on a couple of those. The first one is the buffs to the domination tree, the Dark Harvest, Hail of Blades, and Electrocute. We haven't seen quite so many assassins and champions who like to use these keystones. Do you think that that was enough of a buff to bring those types of champions back to the front line and be picked in our tournament today?
Probably not quite. Mostly not because the buffs weren't good enough, but because at amateur level, things are going to be a little bit slower moving for these kind of changes, unless somebody's very excited for like a pocket pick. For example, if I'm excited to play Talon,
yes,
and I see Talon gets a buff, I go, maybe I'm going to throw that in there because I'm able to have that pocket pick. So it is possible, but other changes generally, less likely. I'm excited about the change to 3 attacks per second as the attack speed cap.
That was going to be my second one because we are a very marksman focused tournament. Every team seems to have this really big focus on that lane in particular, their heaviest carry, which isn't a surprise when you think about competitive League of Legends and the way the meta has developed around it. But 3 attacks a second is going to be very, very hype.
Excellent.
And go ahead.
Yeah, we were playing some games last night, and so we happened to have been on an ARAM game, and I'm playing Kalista, and what was happening? I got to 2.47 attack speed. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna build something else because I'm pretty much hitting the cap. And then Rage Blade starts activating. Hit 2.8. I was like, wait, I don't have that rune right now. Oh right, we're at 3 attacks per second now, and it felt really good to have that. I love attack speed champions.
Absolutely. Now the other one, there was a buff to a champion I brought up on the PCP before. It was Swain. Now, Calavir from Team Unknown played him last month, and I thought it looked really good. And with the buffs coming now, I think that we should be able to see him in the mid or top, because he gets so much more HP with his passive now. The original change that made him strong was the speed of the never move, and
Yes.
I'm looking forward to seeing some more Swain and how that affects our builds and such.
Yeah, I've got an interesting perspective on Swain because a buddy of mine is a Swain support one trick. And so every Swain change I hear about through that lens, and it's always good. We are into our champ select now. Silver Smashers on the blue side with Krug Killers on the red side.
I'm excited for this because we've already talked about these returning players, but that right there, for those who don't know, all this takes is a simple OPGG lookup, but there were 3 Warwick mains on the side of Krug Killers when they became a team. And
how about no?
Exactly. You can play him top lane, you can play him in the jungle, which is probably the best role he has. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just put him somewhere. And when One for All comes out, everyone beware, because that team will be terrifying. The follow-up ban is Viego, which I think is respectable. I think that champion is frustrating to fight. His ult resets. And when Pianobra played him last month on Royal Blue Esports, it was again a terror.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing a lot other than the Warwick ban. Not a lot of targeting just yet. As some of the players, we have Krogaroth Fangirl is new to this tournament series that we have, and Krogaroth sounds like a character from Destiny 2. Technically, it's Destiny 1. It's but it's one of the enemies you fight. But no, Krogaroth is a metal band that started in 1992, as Shazbot and I had looked up because I was curious about the name. I'm just like, this sounds like a Destiny 2 enemy. It's like, oh, well, let's figure that out. So, really cool name, and I have a band to look up later.
So this is interesting because do you know if the Krug Killers are in a tournament order? Let's call it.
They should be. I know that top ADC and support are in the correct order. Spectral is also, yeah, that would be the correct order. That's
Okay.
what I expect from the team right now.
See, this is what's interesting is I don't know Shazbot to be a Darius or Yorick player. And so I wonder if Mr. X just really wanted to play Ambessa and took away some of the counters.
Yeah, just playing around his own strategy for that. That would make sense.
Now, what else is
and Bess is going to be fun to watch.
And I'm sure Shazbot is losing his mind right now. He has loved this champion since she has come out, but this is another one of his
Shazbot also really loves Nefiri. Shazbot happened to have been warming up with Ambessa as well this morning, so that was interesting pick to see with the Lilia pick as well to follow up.
So I do want to make one kind of memey question here. The passive for Ambessa is called Drakehound's Step. Yes. Is Nefiri a Drakehound? Out comes the wiki.
Is Nefiri a Drakehound?
Because if she is, that how appropriate would that be? That's a lore accurate fight up there, and I think that would be really fun.
Shuriman Dunehounds.
Darn. Okay. Well, that's all right. It's still going to be a lot of fun to watch. And also fun to watch, we just have the lock-in of Mel in the mid lane for Rookyu. And I got a chance to play Mel for the first time it was on Howling Abyss, I'll admit that, but what a fun champion she is. And I'm excited to see her here because her ultimate plays a lot like a Diablo 3 build I used to love, and it sounds complicated, and when you try and read it, it doesn't make a lot of sense. At least it didn't to me. But the basic way to look at it is when you deal damage, it puts a stack on someone, and when you ult, anyone with a stack just takes damage per stack.
It's a big base damage and then a bunch of little bits of damage per stack, which does add up very quickly, because the per stack damage also has an AP ratio. It's got I think it starts at like 2 at the rank 1 ult, but there's an AP ratio to it as well. So, and that ult is a global ult. If you have a stack, she can press R as long as you have the stack and hit, and it does damage to everybody with a stack of the overwhelming something. What was the passive called? Right.
It's overwhelming something, if I recall. But I like what Krug Killers are doing here. Same thing as targeting for what you picked. They have taken away Twitch and Draven, who do really well into Misfortune. Misfortune's upfront damage does not compare to Draven. Draven wins that, especially with his ability to knock her out of her bullet time. So that's a great ban. Twitch can get very close. Misfortune is immobile. She doesn't move very well. I mean, she runs very quickly, but there's no dash, there's no jump, no blink, anything like that. And so the damage from a Twitch can be devastating. So I love that way of banning after making your picks. I wonder if the side of the Silver Smashers didn't know about the Nefiri, or we might not be in order though, because the Volibear is locked in. That's probably going to go top lane, I would imagine.
That would make sense. Or or somebody just has a very interesting pick, or it's not in lane order. Yeah, because And even then, like swapping to mid lane, or we're just going to see some interesting play, which is also possible.
There's no traditional marksman on the side of the Silver Smashers.
Interesting.
Very.
This is going to be a bot lane to watch,
yeah,
no matter what happens. I do happen to know that Leash Me Please is Lulu main here. So that is not surprising to see a Lulu pick. Honestly, that is also likely to have been the first pick for the team, because they did do. Actually, I don't know. Did they use draft lull? Nope, they're swapping. They probably didn't use draft lull. No, that's the last pick.
Okay, so this is a lot of fun because Ambessa is typically up in the top lane. In the pro play, she goes with the Grasp of the Undying. It just becomes this interruption.
But who else is typically in the top lane is Volibear. So we have a top lane match in the mid lane.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch that. I wonder, though, about the damage output on the side of the Silver Smashers. That's one of the reasons why the meta has developed the way it has with a marksman or some type of per second damage champion. And what they have drafted here is a lot of burst, there's a lot of lockdown, but not a ton of consistent damage per second. And so I think if we're looking exclusively at that statistic, Krugkillas has the favor, especially if they can get a great sleep coming out of Spectral with the Lilia. Setting up that MF ult is going to be very, very strong.
Yes, absolutely. Then, yeah, I'm just kind of glancing through the rest of our picks that we have here, and yeah, what is also going to be interesting, the hypermobile, that like top lane and jungle from our Krugkillas here is going to be interesting to see playing. I'm not sure if Shazbout's going to be doing a lot of rotations because top lane has that island, especially because Ornn's loves to sit in lane and own the lane. But I wanted to kind of compare and contrast Lilia to Amumu. Amumu doesn't have like the speed, but has the tools to catch and lock people down and just stick to them and just keep doing damage. Versus Lilia's gonna hit, if the ability hits, she's gonna keep up with you. She doesn't quite lock you down, but you're not gonna be able to get away anyway.
That's one of the things about Amumu as well, is if he does catch you, you probably don't get away either because of the charges on the bandage toss that got added on. And it's one of the big reasons to pick Amumu. You're not picking him for damage. You're not even really picking him to be a big frontliner. You're picking him because his ultimate is devastating to a team fight. And for a composition like what Silver Smashers has, it's perfect because you don't have that traditional big way of dealing the damage. You need to set up combos, get Ambessa in and fighting people when she doesn't have to dodge anything. She doesn't have to chase anything. And so the ultimates combos from the Silver Smashers are going to be critical to land properly. You got to land the Curse of the Sad Mummy first, I want to say, and then into the Call of the Forge God. Or vice versa actually isn't too bad because they will be brittle from Ornn's passive, and then they take extra damage from the crowd control and extra duration from that big stun that comes from Amumu.
Yes. And yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch from our players that we have all over the Rift. We are getting finished into loading in, and yeah, let us know in chat, who do you think is going to come out on top? Is it going to be Krugkillas or Silver Smashers? And I'm not sure. I'm looking at this interesting bot lane with Mel going in, and this is one of the things we were excited was Mel going to be in this tournament, because that's just been an excitement since Mel was teased as a champion. Then her abilities came out, so we're gonna see some very fun plays.
You know what's interesting is you mentioned her abilities coming out and the excitement, whether positive or negative, about her. We didn't talk once about her W. And isn't that the best part about our conversation about Mel? Is
Yeah.
were talking about everything except that, because it's a Fiora W. Like, to be completely real, that's all it really is, except it reflects projectiles. And I think there's been so much extra emphasis on this one spell, which really is not that much stronger than a few others that have existed. And now,
Yeah.
darn it, I gotta started talking on it.
Well,
What have I done?
it is worth talking about because it is the most hype ability to come out with the champion in a while, like most hype single ability, and that's there's just a lot to say about it and a lot to test about it with all the interesting things.
Mhm.
Like if you get I mean, there's not a whole lot she can really reflect on the Krugkilla side. However, it is going to be interesting to see what they have. Like if they reflect a few of the blasts from Misfortune could be interesting. Maybe the Q from Lulu. And yeah, that's gonna be fun to watch.
So we do get the matchup we were talking about in the draft, and I wonder if that's lane swap or just not in tournament order. Regardless, I'm excited for it. Already big chase, big damage there onto Shazbot. Pull in there from, what would you call it? Grogoroth? Yeah, Grogoroth.
Yes, Grogoroth. I mean, that's how I'm pronouncing it.
It's very close to... Whoop, Misfortune caught. Sastraptor is going to have to walk away here. That's the most important thing about Mel's kit, is the range on her Q. They were talking about that on the dive. Another pull in here. The root is down, and first blood instantly there for Yoshiji. Flash from Leash Me Please means that he stays alive, but first blood over to the Silver Smashers.
So that was exactly what they were looking for. That level 2 all-in grab into root into a stun, and then they didn't even need the stun because they had put so much damage onto Raptor already.
Jungle ganks should be coming soon, I want to say. They've already done 3 or 4 camps. They're making their way to the bottom side of the map, and watching where they go will be pivotal. Fight here in the middle. Shazbot has thrown down the Ignite, is level 3, doesn't want to go in with the W. Rookyu survives with 25 health, is what our Observer helped us see. Thank you, Observer.
Yes, and the Ignite is down for now, but yeah, Shazbot's not happy to not pick up the kill with the Ignite for there. A lot of damage coming from the top lane though.
Not enough with these big tanks on top. Spectral going in onto EJ Crafter. Flash forward from Yoshiji to get into the root. Flash away from Spectral. Damage is going on to him. Caught here. The Sastraptor is throwing down the Make It Rain. Yoshiji picks up a second kill. Stun onto the Sastraptor into the barrier. Turning it back around to go onto Spectral. Bowling Ball gets onto Yoshiji, but somehow the Bandage Touch lands on the top side into the root. Spectral goes down, and Raptor goes down. Yoshiji on a killing spree, and that's Feat of War to the side of the Silver Smashers.
Oh, I feel so bad for Spectral that entire time, just trying to stay on the edge of that, saying, no, don't hurt my friends, don't hurt my carry. Still gets caught, and then the carry gets caught anyway. Very good start from the Silver Smashers right now.
Definitely. And this alleviates some of those concerns I was talking about when you don't have a way to deal consistent damage. If they die quickly, it doesn't matter. Shazbot wants to go back onto Rookyu. Just the trading pattern. Shazbot, like we discussed, is familiar with that champion and is familiar with how to counter it. So not a lot's going to happen.
And Best's cooldowns are actually pretty long in the early and mid games, where like even if in late game you can blow through the cooldowns very quickly and have to wait like 3 seconds in order to get your abilities back again. So that's one of the ways you just have to respect Mbessa's cooldowns, and you can get a lot of the trades more in your favor playing around them. Otherwise, she can get stuck just right on top of you, and her auto attacks, a couple of them may be strong, but then she's just on auto attacks without abilities.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And without the abilities, you don't get the passive, which has the bonus damage, and you're just stuck with, like you said, auto attacks.
Yeah.
Pressure up on the top side for the Krugs. Spectral really wants to get those to try and combat the feats. More fights up on the top side, but I really don't know that that's going to become anything. Shazbot has to flash away. Ignite from Rook Q with the gank from Edgecrafter. It was close. It was a good gank on the side of Silver Smashers. It's still ahead in this game.
Yeah. Void Grubs are now up as we just have a lot of things happening all over the map. Took the turret shot.
Shazbot does go in, pops the ultimate, does get the Ignite back down. Doesn't have flash. Does he have enough? Down to 26 health, I think? 40.
Just about. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Mbessa was at 80% health. We're going to talk about it after this.
In the jungle, Spectral does proc Conqueror, healing from that and the passive, but Edgecrafter does take him down.
Spectral having a rough time in the jungle right now. But Mbessa started that engagement, took one turret shot. You're still at 80% health, and you're like, oh, well, she kills Neferi, right? Neferi's got like 5% health left. Yeah, but Mbessa doesn't have abilities anymore. Mm-hmm. Then you can get jumped on. That's exactly what I talked about earlier. If Mbessa blows through her cooldowns, you can
Yoshiji taking turret shots goes down to Leash Me Please. Curse of the Sad Mummy from Edgecrafter will pick up the kill onto Sast Raptor as well. And bottom lane is a bloodbath. Turret shot onto Rook Q. Spectral is here. Throws out the Swirl Seed. It is dodged. Rook Q gonna get hit with the W from Neferi. Spectral comes back in. They're dodging out with all their mobility between the two champions. Leash Me Please gets a kill onto Gorgoroth on the bottom side. But Gorgoroth picks up his own right back, and this is more PLC action, just like we always see on tournament day.
I really enjoyed Edgecrafter, just walking in, handshaking, walking away. Mm-hmm. It's like, I'll take the kill, thank you, and just walks away. It's just walking into the bank and making withdrawal. That'll be 150 gold, please. Or however many gold from that kill.
Really important thing that I saw from Kelsier up on the top side is he went and took one of the grubs. The reason for that is the feat only, or the count up to the feat only counts if you kill all 3 grubs. So because his team had just had lost a few in that bad fight, he takes one of the grubs, making sure that the Silver Smashers don't get all 3, and it sets up Krugkillas to get all 3. Sast Raptor gets rooted and stunned and damaged, and Yoshiji picks up another one, and not even level 6 here, and the Sast Raptor is having a very sad game. Kelsier is going to hit with the Call of the Forge God. Actually, he goes into his own ultimate, dodges out the bandage toss. He needs to get some W's and heal here. Flash forward. Kelsier picks up the kill with the bite. Shield is going to come down. Does he have another bite? Flash away, and that's a double kill plus shutdown gold for Kelsier on the Volibear.
Huge play from Kelsier to just ult in, to dodge the ult of Fragmister X. And just a little bit of handshake in the jungle from Shazbot, from our mid laners, Shazbot and Rook. Nice double kill for our top lane, Kelsier. Huge.
Very huge. That was a massive injection of gold into the Krugkillas and to the Volibear, who is not building full tank from his items. You can see that he's going into the Liandry's Torment. That's going to make his shields bigger. It's going to make his bite stronger. Gorgoroth Fangirl gets slowed, but the stun onto Leash Me Please, and bot lane is still just fighting. Spectral looking for Rook Q, and the Scuttle Crab has Leash Me Please and Shazbot ready to fight if they need to, but gets caught by a Moo. Rook Q gets that kill. Gorgoroth Fangirl is the next target. Ooh, Public Execution is dodged out. Shazbot is stunned, does not have the flash, and he is caught. Double kill for Mbessa. Rook Q, the beneficiary of a lot of good stuff there. That's the W down. Yoshiji chasing flash forward. Root underneath the turret. Ults, and there is the execute. Yoshiji now 5-1, and his team gets the Drake.
The SAS Raptor now finally has level 6. Did pretty good, even so far behind, but by now, Yoshiji just has so much power going into this mid game.
You have to be wary of these champions that can build the Blackfire Torch early. It gives you the mana that you need, it gives you the regen you need, and it has the burn. And on a champion like Mel who wants to burn that way and just land spell after spell, it's looking really good for Yoshiji on the bottom side.
All right, so looking around the map, looks like just resets, although Lulu is coming to the mid lane.
Shazbot's in some trouble. Wants to go in, Unleash Me Please, gets the Wild Growth to knock up onto Rook Q. And a Swirl Seed misses, but only barely. Rook Q flashes back in, gets the killing spree, Ignite is in, and that kill will go over to Leash Me Please, the most fed member of the Krug Killers. This creepy little Yordle.
Yeah. Once again, we see Ambessa's cooldowns have to be respected. When her cooldowns are blown, she just has to run away, but as soon as she gets them back, she can go in, gets the kill very quickly.
I like them looking here on bottom side. Kelsier actually instead goes on to Mr. X. He's gonna, burn the flash. That was interesting. I did not expect the flash there from Mr. X. I didn't think the damage was going to be quite that high. But the engage is desired here on the bottom side. Spectral, oh, that's unfortunate. The Swirl Seed will stop on terrain, and it didn't quite make it over the wall.
Yeah.
Grubs are up, and the Krug Killers are in position to go
the
for
missed train.
Another ultimate dodge from Kelsier. I don't think that they can fight on the Grubs, but at least maybe try and take one. I don't think you should. To be, oh my gosh, he took one.
Or you do.
He took one. Oh, that's.
He even walked away from it. He's going, I got this.
What's the song by The Lonely Island? The cool guys don't watch explosions?
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
That's the one. Rook Q goes in onto Shazbot. Cooldowns are blown, but Public Execution lands. Shazbot goes down, dodging out the Swirl Seed. SAS Raptor killed by Yoshiji. Leash Me Please is on the run. Yoshiji is low. Do they have the damage? Reflect on the Glitter Lance, and it's a double kill. Yoshiji is out of control.
Wow. Perfect reflect. What? Oh goodness, what was that ability called? Rebuttal?
Yes, that is the one. Spectral wants to get in on this. A nice root. The Q lands as well. Yoshiji is running. He's quick. Throw down another Q. Auto, and Yoshiji not only is a problem, he is unstoppable. 8-1 on the Mel.
What? Nobody can handle the Mel, the fed 8-1 Mel, who's got the fully stacked Dark Seal, or that's Dark Seal the item?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna go into a Mage as probably next item.
Excitement everywhere. Otacon will be spawning in the next 6 minutes in the bottom lane, or on the bottom side, I guess I should say. And as of right now,
close enough.
I don't think either team has the feats, because we only have one Drake taken. We don't have a first turret yet. Rook Q, the target. Kelsier is flashing away. He is ignited, and he is killed. Not only killed, shut down gold over to Grogorath, according to...
Silver Smashers are very happy with the current state of the game, where they're going to start just taking these objectives and looking to close out. Meanwhile, easy kill for Grogorath to get that ultimate.
Shazbot's in some trouble. Dodges out the knockup, actually. That was really clean.
Well, you got stuff on the bot lane.
It's another kill for Yoshiji.
Ooh.
Edgecrafter goes down. Leash is pretty impressive on this Lulu. More shutdown gold going over to the side of the Krug Killers. But Yoshiji has that... No, does have ultimate. It's over. Going godlike on the Mel.
Yushiji tried to get it with the Q. That is a surrender on
Alright.
our game. That is a victory going to the Silver Smashers. Go next. That was
And
a
there it
rough
is.
game. They were just running away with it, and yeah, we're gonna set up for round 2. They're just like reset, get it out of your mind, and we'll do better the next game. But yeah, that's when you start being able to run away with that with Mel, diving under turret for so long, even with 2 other members dying to the turret, you're still able to pick up the rest of the kill. That's got to mess with the mental on that, and we see that with the surrender.
And with that, we are going to go to a quick break. We'll be back for game number 2 right after this.
is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. You feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're alive.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our February Progenitor League Circuit Tournament. I am still Juhadre. With me is still Admin Anonymous.
That's me.
Yes, you are. All right. Game number one was what's their name? The Silver
Killer
Smashers,
Silver Smashers?
victory. Yeah, it was the Silver Smashers victory. Congratulations to them. We are moving on to game number two. That will be the Krug Killers versus Burb. And
Burb.
I love that name, Admin. Just
It
because
is one of my favorite names.
making the initialisms into acronyms has always made me happy, because there is a difference between the two, but that's not what important. It's Be Right Back, but it's Burb. And
Yeah.
it's spelled different, of course, but that's just what it seems like to me, is every time I hear it as Burb.
Well, so their icon on Start GG is a bird.
Mm-hmm.
So instead it's a burb. And I like burb referencing birds, specifically because when I play Pokemon, I like playing Talonflame, and I call it a flurb, a flaming burb. So
Well, there you go.
I really like the name Burb. There's a lot of fun stuff happening here, and we're gonna see a great game between these two teams. This is going to be the bottom side of the bracket, and because Team Unknown is going against Krug Killers right now, we have 4 teams in our bracket today.
You mean the
and that's
Silver
a
Smashers?
little bit of a follow-up to that, is where today's format is going to be our 3 rounds of Swiss, and it's only going to be a top cut of 2 teams, and they will be playing a best of 3 to have the winner, because we have so few teams. We're not doing top 4 best of ones for that.
Going back to the original layout for the participation amounts, then.
Yes.
Got it. Cool.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, when we have so few teams, that's how we're going to run it. But yeah, most of the time we will have the top cut of 4. That's what our players preferred, and we're trying to have players have a good time, come back and enjoy some games. They are. The latest information is they were currently figuring out their coin flip and will be starting their picks and bans. I believe there will be. Burb prefers to use draft tools, so it's going to be a bit for us to be able to see that. And I don't remember a lot of the information on Burb's team though, so that'll be interesting to see.
With that in mind, what would you like to discuss while we are waiting, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, discussion times. Mel.
We talked about Mel quite a lot.
We did talk about Mel. I did want to bring up that the overwhelm ability, because a lot of people are thinking, and it is just overwhelm is the passive. It is strong, but it's, as long as you don't stay in an extended fight, you just have to leave the fight for a little bit. So if you do a trade, walk away for a little bit, and come back to it, that reduces a lot of Mel's power. And so it's kind of similar to other champions who like to set up their plays and set up an extended fight. For example, Alawi. If you get in Alawi's zone, you're going to have a bad time. And Mel, in a sense, functions in a similar way. If you stay in Mel's zone for too long, she gains that power.
So maybe that's part of the frustration, is because she has so much more range than Alawi does. The Q in particular, when I was playing her last night, very, very far, and it's an AoE.
So yeah, the Q is not dodgeable, but the Q by itself doesn't really do damage. Its purpose is to keep the passive on, or to use it to execute when the passive is close enough. So as long as you respect that Q as a tool, that's why it exists. It's rarely going to kill you by itself. It's going to kill you because it's going to detonate the passive by keeping it on you, or it's finally going to finish that off. But it's not going to slow you. It's just going to do a little bit of damage until you walk out. It's okay. It's really not that strong. It's one of those things that there's a lot of perceived power in it.
Right.
And as long as you just respect the passive, then you don't really have to worry about the Q. Just walk out of it, and you'll rarely have problems. I'm going to say this, and I'm actively nerfing Mel's strength in this tournament. I'm giving you tips here, but this is our new this is our new champion. We're trying to learn the ins and outs of champions. So yeah, if you ever have a frustration with a champion, go and learn what that champion wants to do, and you start to figure out, oh, okay, don't fight around Alawi tentacles, and her strength is a lot less. Even after the nerf to the tentacles.
And I want to bring up something you were mentioning. The Q may not deal a lot of damage. It's more of an annoyance factor.
Yeah.
And there has been a lot of discussion. I lean on the dive a lot because I think that the hosts on that podcast have a lot of good things to say, a lot of good experience and exposure to the game and to the opinions of the professional players who do that for a living. And they were talking about Mel's frustration factor. And it's not that it's dealing a lot of damage. It is stacking up the passive, but it's the fact that there's not a lot of counterplay to it. Like you said, it's not really dodgeable. And so it's not that it's impacting you very much. It's all in your head, and the frustration of you can't do something about it, even though it's not a truly critical thing in the moment, is something that is bothersome. And that's why it's so banned and so hated, is because the frustration in dealing with the thing rather than the power of the champion is what is driving those emotions and those decisions.
It's like why Zed is banned so much. Even though his win rate isn't that high, he's frustrating to fight against. And that's why I suggest practice what you don't like fighting against and turn it into a strength. And all of a sudden, you now have your ban you can use against someone who probably deserves a little bit more rather than your specific hate. You can ban against what your current strategy is. Like if that, for example, if you like to play Malphite, you got to ban Silas.
Very true.
The strongest counter in the game, and it's not close. But yeah, that's learn what your opponent wants to do, and it helps you play around them a little bit more. That's the best advice I can give. Just learning any game, but it's especially like if you're coming into League of Legends new, there's a lot to learn. Take it a step at a time.
Very true.
And even if you've been playing for years, there are going to be things you don't remember. We ran into this last night. We were playing the game together, and Kallista's ult, when you get thrown, it's first champion in the way gets hit. It's to the destination, but it gets stopped by the first champion in the way.
Yeah, I had never run into that before because all the times I have been the soulbound, I've been able to just go straight through to where I needed to hit. The rest of the team was always behind my target. But last night I was trying to go past and get the knock up onto a carry on the backside, and I just stopped. And I was like, well, that was awkward. And that's when we discovered it's the first enemy champion hit. And that was a lot of fun because it really changed how not only do I perceive that ultimate and its power, but also how I plan to change it, who I think is going to be a good pairing with it, and those types of things. It's very interesting.
Proton tells us in chat how to beat Mel. Just play Soul.
Aurelion Soul.
Just play Aurelion Soul.
Now, Proton is a wonderful example of exactly what you're talking about. The moment a new champion comes out, I've known him for a long time. He will pick up that champion and he will play it and play it and play it and play it. And that's exactly what you got to do. You have to understand the champion and then get into the mind of the one who is playing it, and then you know how to beat it. And so everyone listen to Proton because he does the research.
Yeah, we can actually break down a little bit more of the bot lane of what happened last game. Was very similar. We saw Mel and Pyke go into the bot lane, and we're trying to figure out what they want to do. As soon as they hit level 2, we figured it out.
Yeah.
Pyke grab into a Mel snare, and then Pyke can dash through and get the stun right after, and they didn't even need to get the final stun.
Nope.
And it did a ton of damage, especially because they had a really good early trade. But that's that was what they wanted to do. It's a kill lane. It's like a similar reason why you would take Brand as a support. They just
Mhm.
wanted to get the early kill, and it succeeded. They got an early kill, got Mel super fed. I almost said Med. Get Med super fell, I guess.
Nice.
And that's it's one of those kill lanes that, especially right now where Mel is still the new champion,
Hmm.
people are Krug Killers goes into the same thing. Oh, what are they doing? They don't have a proper ADC. We should be fine. Oh, well then.
Right.
After that surprise, you go, okay, we just have to respect a little bit more of those abilities, and that's it.
I think this transitions into another fascinating conversation, and that's draft knowledge and security. Because when Mel was picked, that was the mid laner, right? It was Ambessa, Ornn, and then Mel.
Yeah, we didn't know it was going to bot lane at that time.
It was a Mumu, so it was a top jungle mid that they supposedly picked, and it turns out it was actually mid jungle bot lane, and that's one of the funnest things and one of the greatest lessons to learn is that you can never truly predict a draft until the last champion is picked, and it's entertaining for the viewers, and I love watching those little pivots, those new ideas and concepts that come into our games here at the PLC. Speaking of games for the PLC,
we have some people moving around on Krug Killers in their positions. Spectral is in bot lane. Sassraptor moved up to top lane. The support goes to mid lane. The mid lane goes to support. So that
I don't know.
A lot of moving around, and so that's gonna be fun to see what kind of changes they make, because I know Shazbot prefers like the mid and jungle. So let's talk about some of these bans though. Going through,
I don't know.
So the picks and bans have already happened through draft tools. We see the Warwick ban just because so many people on Krug Killers are Warwick players. I like the Cho'Gath pick in the jungle. Interesting.
Now, just based on our ruling come January and the way that everything went on the last one, I don't know that we can trust the order of Krug Killer.
We may have to reorder once we get into game, and that's okay. It looks like it might be, they're not in the correct order. Leash will be going support with that. Cool. Absolutely. So we'll be doing some reordering on that as we figure that out.
The Kayn pick is what's interesting to me because it's alongside of Viego. These are both typically jungle champions because of the way their kits are built. You don't get to use one of your spells if you're not in the jungle for either of these champions. Often.
As effectively.
Often and as effectively, yes. The ability to pass through terrain for Kayn and the mists for Viego. And so one of these two champions is going to be in a lane, and I'm curious to see how effectively they move around the map and utilize those tools. Yeah. But even more interesting to me, I think, at this particular moment, is the lineup from the Krug Killers, because Lilia, same thing, is typically in the jungle. And then your top laners. So what I think it's going to be Tahm Kench in the middle.
We know. So they're keeping the same lanes as last time. They just happen to be in the incorrect order in lobby right now. We'll be able to get that fixed in game. So Shazbot is. Oh,
exactly.
Wait a second.
Exactly.
Shazbot may have changed to ADC.
I think that might be what happened. Is Raptor is going to go into the top lane, and Kelsier actually played mid lane for Eman Mate when he first joined in with PLC, and so I wonder if that's where he's going to be piloting the Cho'Gath, is in the mid lane.
I will give a shout out to the Sassy Raptor in Discord, who got recruited an hour before tournament to play in game, and so I was able to talk with him a little bit. really funny. We talked about how great the Sassy Raptor is as a name, and it was a good time. So we have our drafts locked in, and yeah, I believe we're gonna see Kelsier in top lane with that, with the Tom Kench mid lane.
Mid. I think you're better off with the Cho'Gath in the middle.
So Tom Kench in the top lane versus the Nivea, and yeah, and that once we end the game, we'll be able to figure out. But I think Viego was better in the top lane versus the Kayn.
One thing that excites me is I love watching Sivir get played. Her ultimate has a very unique impact on the game. She's strong when crowd control and dive is strong because it allows you to chase. They don't have the composition on the side of Burb that I typically would see with it. The likes of Maokai or Kled, which is probably why Kled was banned, and other heavy crowd control like what's that champion's name? Volibear even would be a good one.
Yeah.
All these Amumu would be a great pick because you get a chance to move forward when you normally can't. You can catch enemies that you normally can't. And so the pick and chase power on the side of Burb is actually very, very strong. Kayn can go through the walls.
Being able to speed up Kayn and Viego, goodness.
It's Vayne.
Yeah, it's Vayne. Wait. No.
Not Kiego, it's Vayne.
It's Vayne. So speed up our Vayne from your top side. And we have Braum with the concussive blows. Works very well with this entire team, except for the mid lane. Mid lane is usually our caster. Like Viego's very happy to be stacking up with that. Your Sivir is very happy to be stacking up with that. Kayn is very happy to stack up concussive blows. So whoever the jungler is, I expect it for them to show up in the bot lane, and Nami better have some very solid bubble placement to stop that from going south very quickly.
Yeah. And one of the other things is Xayah is a relatively safe pick. Once level 6 is hit, the ability to negate dives becomes huge for Xayah players. And alongside a champion like Nami, who has the speed ups, who gives you the steroids on her E and has that crowd control plus a heal, I think that pairing is going to be really good for the Krug Killers.
Yes. All right. We are now loading into our game. I'm excited. Let us know, who do you think is going to win based on this draft? Is it going to be Krug Killers or Burb? And I don't know.
I think we also need to get a poll going on which champion is top lane versus jungle and top lane versus mid on either team. Because I'm pretty sure
polls is what we need to do.
Yeah, we need to get
we need to get access to make polls. Please watch our stuff. Get us some watch hours so we can get more tools to do stuff like that.
I'm thinking it will be Kayn versus Tom Kench top, and then the Viego will be in the jungle. It will be Cho'Gath versus Anivia in the mid lane. That's what I'm calling. Let me know if you guys agree.
Yeah, I'm thinking similar, and yeah, not a lot. Braum does have the tankiness to make up for the late game team fights, but even though they're not, I mean, Kayn can get very tanky.
Yeah, especially with the red form.
Yeah. What will be interesting to see is, well, Viego. What? They even both took smite. What the heck?
Just messing with us.
I don't know what to think.
I love that so much.
Incredible.
So this is a callback to way back when. I want to say it was season 5 or 6, between 5 and 7, when teleport smite on Shyvana or what was that? Hecarim was very popular, and it just helps you secure the the objectives, which is really strong. And speaking of strong, Kelsier going in on a Kamisol really wants to burn that
the
passive
flash
early. Wow.
And, yep.
Who needs level 2 for your all-in when you're Cho'Gath?
I mean, you just hit Q and just start walking at him.
That was really impressive. And Kamisol, I mean, burning the flash is unfortunate, but staying alive is really important. I think that's the number one advice that I have heard from high-level players and streamers is stay alive. The amount of time you're on the map is more valuable than a 5-minute timer that you're only going to use at a team fight anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, team fights will happen every 2 to 5 minutes. You'll have it up for half your team fights.
Exactly. So, good on Kamisol, but that's a worrying trend. Oh my gosh, he's got Hail of Blades on the Cho'Gath. That explains it.
Yeah, looking to just do a ton of damage.
I love it. Is that oh my gosh, it's Unsealed Spellbook Kayn. That's why he went with the Smite.
Interesting.
We're catching all of these things too late just because it's so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, once we get this overlay back up, we can see more of what we're seeing.
Knock up here from
another
Kelsier.
hit
The
in
slow
the
from
lane.
the E. Kamisol is in the egg form. Kelsier doesn't have the cooldowns, though, to secure the kill.
Yeah. Just walk away, get so you popped the passive, just go and get some more farm.
Absolutely. Clarified. I thought it was Clarfield, like Garfield with a C, and that's not accurate. But
Nope,
Clarified gets
Clarified.
rooted in and gets the Unbreakable put up, and so they're just fine on the bottom side. More fights here in the mid lane. Kamisol is knocked up by Kelsier. He goes in with that. Oh my gosh, he flashed over and gets first blood.
Yeah, and now he's gonna
Here
just
goes
fight the
Viego.
jungler, walk away.
And there it is. That's how you play that. Stopping the feathers, Clarified, makes it so the Root Collar does not do anything. Flash, actually, Arcanist? Arcanist.
Arcanist.
Yeah, Arcanist. Has to flash away. Good gank coming out of Spectral, who also used his flash. And this game is exciting. Not a lot, not as many deaths so far, but it is high action already.
Yes, there's a lot of stuff is happening, and that's
Another fight here. Ruin does block the bubble, but Shazbot gets the root onto Clarified, and nothing will come out of it, but scary.
yeah. What's also scary is we're getting some really low mana. Yeah, that's as they start getting ready to back up, and Nivea moving up a lot further up on the lane than I expect to see somebody who has gone down so far. Is down 1 kill.
And the pattern here, Kelsier is playing a champion that's pretty linear. He only does like 2 things, and so if you can dodge out that rupture, you can get away with quite a lot of spacing and interruptions. Kayn being chased up on the top side. The Psychopathic Poro is caught in the wall and just kind of hanging out there. Leash Me Please goes in with Spectral. Kelsier jumps in. That's going to be the ultimate. Level 6 already on Psychopathic Poro. Means that he is low. He dashes away. Is he going to make it out? He doesn't have his E quite yet. Kelsier instead gets the kill with the Feast. And that's a big ol' stack.
Is caught on the wrong side of the jungle and has to run away for a long time, and there's a lot of tools to catch up to a Kayn for that. That's
Another
gonna
fight
help
here.
the
Kelsier is
top lane.
going to get onto Kamisol, throwing out the Feral Scream. That's all he's going to get, though, because the stun comes out. Kamisol dodges the Swirl Seed barely, and a beautiful wall will keep Spectral away from getting the kill. Winter's Bite will slow him down. I don't think they chase after this, but it's good roaming there to save the mid laner. And Observer, if we could get our items up on the screen, that would be very helpful. There we go.
Yeah, we're working on that. The looks like we're just having some technical issues with the overlay, and overlay kind of reset, and and removed all the mainstays and the overlays. So yeah, that we'll get that figured out and have some of the items in place here.
The cane
and the coal on Sivir.
That doesn't surprise me though. When you're going to be stuck in a lane and farming, that's a good choice. The coal on the cane along with the Doran's ring is a little bit more surprising to me. They're engaging up on the top side as well as fighting on bottom. The bottom fight's going to turn into nothing. Meanwhile, Kamisol is caught by 3. Flash is burned. They don't chase, but the Psychopathic Poro does make it out. Instead, Arcanist is here, wants to go after Spectral. The Sast Raptor goes in to follow up, but the Heartbreaker stops it. He picks up a kill, goes in with the Lilia form, and that's going to be another kill. Good job to Burb.
Viego is now starting to get the abilities, and that's feeling really good.
Bubble onto Clarified, only level 5. He's not going to be able to throw down Glacial Fissure to disengage. Jazzbot has quite a few feathers down to call, but no roots will come out of it, and they will just back up.
Get some farm before this teleport comes in.
So dealing with proxy is another one of those things that's frustrating, but not the worst thing.
Yeah, it's not as bad as you think it is. It's just a little bit frustrating, but there are ways to just mitigate that and even cancel it out. You can punish proxying fairly easy.
Mm-hmm. You just what it is you keep your wave. So they're stopping your wave. You just got to keep yours away from the turret so you can secure all of the farm. And then
just practice your last hitting.
Exactly. Kamisol is in some trouble here. Throws down the stun to get away. Low on mana though, so you don't want to throw the ultimate down and do that. Oh, but speaking of ultimates, 3 of them are used on the bottom side. Classified is knocked up in the air. Shazbot's in some trouble really low. Up on the top side, that is a kill for Tahm Kench. No feathers called in. Ruin makes it out, and Clarified is still barely alive.
All right, we have another teleport into the mid lane. Viego has taken that dragon.
It's pinged, though. They're going to go for it. Kelsier has the feast. Starts with a Rupture, gets the knock-up. Arcanist jumps away, doesn't hit the Gaping Maw. Kelsier has a lot of damage here. Gets the Rupture to force the flash. They're going to pull the Drake out of the pit, maybe. I guess not. Just got to get it down to 600 for the smite. And that is secured there for the side of Krugkillas. Arcanist gets the kill on to Shazbot. Spectral gets the kill onto Clarified. Spectral is chasing. Has the sleep onto Ruined. Gets another kill. That's going to be a double for the Lilia. Arcanist is seen here. Kelsier gets the Rupture and the Feral Scream. That's shutdown gold over to the Cho'Gath. Kamisol is going to be slowed down. Spectral still in here and fighting, trying to get him into the egg form. They do it. Leash Me Please and Kelsier are here. Even though Spectral is down, do they have the damage to get the kill onto Kamisol? I just watched the Keystone for Kelsier get him a lot of damage. Leash Me Please picks up the kill. Sassy Raptor is alive underneath the turret. Psychopathic Poro takes another hit, but picks up the kill with the Reaper.
All right, and we're at 5-7, and we also want to get the champion portraits on the sides as well back up. That will be blue team, red team frames. Yes.
Thank you, Observer. Much appreciated.
Yeah. Just technical issues with the special overlay that we want to get online. It's just kind of freaking out. So we're sticking with this for now.
Yeah, the good old-fashioned...
Oh my goodness. And speaking of that overlay, it reactivated and killed the overlay again.
Well,
cool. Yeah. We will figure that. We'll figure that. It is in beta. It's still being worked on. Didn't give this much problem in previous tests, so apologies. But yeah, let's get back to the game.
Trouble. The wall didn't knock Kelsier the correct way, and that's another kill over to Kelsier. He's on a rampage at the moment. Now, looking at feats, one more Oh, it could already be on the side of Burb because they have the first turret. They might have got the Feet of War first. We won't be able to tell until we have our items up and can see our boots.
Yeah, and
but
bring up
I
the
think that's
scoreboard.
already there.
On our overlay, bring up the scoreboard as well for items. Yeah.
Okay, no level 2 boots yet. So, oh, there are. Okay, so that means that Feet of War, the first 3 kills, did go to the side of the Krug Killers. So the next objective is going to be a really big deal. Psychopathic Poro is going to get stunned. Sass Raptor needs to get out of here. That is a red form Kayn already getting the knock up. Arcanist is there to stop Spectral on the counter gank. But the Sass Raptor gets good damage with the ultimate on to... What? Oh my gosh, that interaction was super weird. Psychopathic Poro is eaten and then goes inside the Tahm Kench. Arcanist wants to get the Abyssal Voyage to try and knock up Spectral. Arcanist is with the Heartbreaker, picks up another kill, doing quite well on the Viego.
I forgot Viego also changes the champion portrait on the left side. I was like, where's Viego?
Shazbot's in some trouble, pops the barrier. That is the ultimate from both members of the Krug Killers. Clarified is alive. Ruin takes almost no damage, and here we are, finally ready to continue our game. And maybe we have a little bit of downtime. Kami'Soul actually takes a turret shot. That wall is pivotal. Kelsier forcing the flash with another rupture. And fight after fight, we are in. Holy cow.
Wow.
Can you breathe?
I not quite. So yeah, we have welcome to the overlay we've been wanting to put on for a while, and yeah, once again, it is in beta. We'll figure it out. Thank you for your patience. But yeah, that's so much stuff happening all the time. Love the play from Viego, just going crazy all over the place though.
Those culls are going to be really big for the side of Burb. Sivir has already completed that and can turn that in for the extra gold. And Kayn is only 28 away. That's just 5-6 waves thereabouts. And that won't take too long. And I question the build there because it looks like assassin build items, but he's red. Arcanist getting hit with that. What's that passive called? Halo Blades. The Halo Blades passive. Good knockup again from Kelsier onto Classified. They don't have the root collar, but Kelsier gets the feast. Huge damage coming out of there. Going on to Ruin now. Psychopathic Poro is caught by 3, knocked up by the tidal wave. They want to give the kill to Spectral. Ruin is still alive, didn't get chased too far underneath the turret, and Shazbot will dodge away from the gank from Arcanist.
Yeah. Movement happening all over the place, and still just the one turret down for now.
If Burb
mid lane,
if Burb gets the next Drake, they get feats. If Krug Killers get the next 2, oh, never mind. There it is. It's done.
It is done. There's feats for Burb.
Now, just very briefly, what's your opinion on feats of strength and how they have changed the game?
It's an interesting change. It shakes things up. I'm a fan to just like trying out new things and having some fun. There's a little bit of discussion for that, but I don't have a lot of specific things. Kane's just gonna pick up a kill here.
Yeah, Sass Reaper needs to use the Grey Health as soon as possible. That's another knockup. Psychopathic Poro gets slowed, and Sass Reaper says, "Not even close, baby," because Spectral is here as well. Rift Herald has come onto the Rift. Psychopathic Poro has interesting gank paths. Arcanist has made his way up to the top side as well, and it is a 2v2 with supports roaming up and a teleport. Sass Reaper needs to be really careful. Leash me, please. Has made it up here. Might be in some trouble. Kelsier has arrived as well. The Rupture doesn't land. They're going to go onto Classified. Never mind. Arcanist comes in onto Leash me, please. Knock up, miss. Sass Reaper does get a slow, but Arcanist picks up the first kill. He is Nami, so he gets the Aqua Prison thrown down. Ultimate to get a little bit more damage. Picks up the Tahm Kench. body. Kelsier flashes over the Anivia wall, and it will make it alive because Arcanist ulted the other direction.
You pressed R the incorrect way. Oh no! Cho'Gath is able to Kelsier on the Cho'Gath is able to walk away just fine. Kayn did die somewhere in there. I don't know if that was an execute or not.
It probably was. He
think
went
it
down at
was,
the
but-
beginning of the fight before Arcanist made it in. Swirl Seed does land onto Ruin. That's going to be the Lilting Lullaby cleansed, actually. Shazbot goes into the Blade Caller, gets the root onto Ruin, but he is fast. Barrier popped as well underneath the turret. They aren't going to keep following Ruin, trying to deal the damage. Shazbot is taken down. That minion auto attack will do him in. Meanwhile, on the top side, Burb will pick up the Rift Herald, and they're going to give it to... Oh, it's Braum. I would have thought you'd give that to Kayn. That's awkward.
Oh well.
Oh, well.
Just a slight misplay, but there are worse things.
Definitely worse things. You still have the Herald, and
Yes.
to be honest, thinking about it just a little bit extra, your support holding on to that isn't a bad thing because he's going to be with other people. And when you summon the Rift Herald, you want your team to be able to push the wave and have the pressure to go after the turret, after the charge
He
is
can
done.
walk
So
in with
that's not
it
too bad.
and stay up there.
Kelsier caught underneath the turret, uses Aurelia's Reverie to try and get away. Knock up onto Arcanist. He has no flash, and he's out of movement speed buffs. Stunned with the concussive blows. Kelsier tries to get the knock up into Feral Scream and live. He will not make it out.
That was strange, running down instead of running up towards your team.
Shazbot caught with the Rupture. Gonna hit the Blast Cone to try and run away. Now it's a 1v2. Arcanist does get quite a lot of damage onto Shazbot, but they do make it out alive. Leash Me Please helping there. Red Turret goes down in the middle lane to Ruin. And now Spectral and the Sast Raptor are fighting the Psychopathic Poro in the wall that he saw. What just happened there?
Oh, just pain things.
Wow, that was wild. Leash Me Please is caught with a Spectral Maw, throws in the Tidal Wave, but it's not enough to save him from the Heartbreaker. He will go down to the Glacial Fissure, in fact. Shazbot goes into the Blade Caller and tries to run away, knocked up with the Aqua Prison and slain Arcanist on a rampage. And
Well
this
played.
game, very close.
Yes.
13 to 13 kills, only 6,000 gold different, but Burb are making a case for themselves as that 6,000 gold does say. They have turret pressure, they have objective pressure, but it's not as far away out of Krug Killer's control as it might seem based on the last few fights.
Yeah, the Krug Killers just needs to clean up some of these placements, and I think we can see a turnaround happen.
Call Me Soul has to flash. That Hail of Blades is silly.
Kelsier just going, oh wait, I remember this from the mid lane.
Mm-hmm. So, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I believe we got Voracious Otacon this time. It has been started by Psychopathic Poro. Do you have opinions on the changes to Ruinous Otacon with the respawn timers and the gold amounts?
Yeah,
Never mind.
I believe
Arcanist is gonna get eaten.
as you.
Arcanist gets killed. There it is. Call Me Soul gets killed. Kelsier is on the chase. Clarified gets knocked up into the Aqua Prison as well. Knocked up by the Tidal Wave. Knocked up by the
bounce house,
knocked
buddy.
up by the Rupture. There's an inappropriate joke about Braum being a dad here, but we're gonna let that slide as Otacon has been taken on the top side by Burb. Ocean Drake taken by Krug Killers, though. That was a huge injection
This
of
isn't
gold
the
for them.
Santa Braum skin. What's he doing in the air that much?
Now, that's the joke that should have come out first. Very well done. Sast Raptor wants to go in onto the Psychopathic Poro. He's just going to jump over the wall. That was a great prediction from Sast Raptor about where Poro was going to go. Going to grab some honey fruit. Does he steal the red, though? No, there is a smite on the side of Psychopathic Poro. He goes to the ultimate there, dodges out the bubble. Spectral gets the slow from the Q. They have the knock-up. He is caught here on the front line. He's in the Baron pit. He goes down, and the false life is in. Arcanist actually killed Shazbot and had the Xayah body. Goes in, picks up yet another kill. Leash Me Please is in some trouble. Heartbreaker take him down. I think that's a triple kill.
Yes, you are right. Viego going on a tear. And
They
they're
still
looking to
have
take
false
this mid lane
life.
turret they weren't able to take with the... they do take the mid lane turret that they were not able to take with the Rift Herald earlier.
Yeah, 6 grubs will do that for you. And Kelsier
Yeah.
and Spectral can't really do anything about it at the moment. And all the while, Ruin with the Otacon buff says, okay, I'll just do this.
I'm just gonna take some more objectives. Yeah, Krug killers are staying up with kills, but they're just slowly losing this gold advantage bit by bit, as well as just the pressure all over the map. Sass Raptor wants to
go
get...
on to Call Me Soul, just get the Heartsteel stack here off of Call Me Soul, but he's sitting and I don't want to say baking, but he is cooking in that ultimate, and that was a big kill for Call Me Soul.
That was a lot of just time sitting in an ultimate taking damage. That's unfortunate.
Absolutely. And the other unfortunate thing is, even if you're dead when Otacon is taken, you get the buff. Arcanist might be caught here. Shazbot helps get that one in. Arcanist is killed. And that's actually really important because he has been doing quite a lot of work for the side of Burb, and Krug killers are happy to have him gone.
Yes. Please go away for a little bit. Would love to do that again when there is no Otacon buff on you.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's a bit of a misplay. Well, kinda, because you're going in that hard because you have the Otacon buff.
Exactly.
So it's difficult to call that a misplay because the reason why you're so deep is because you can abuse that buff.
Psychopathic Poro versus Kelsier. The knockup is going to land from the Rupture, but Psychopathic Poro does quite a decent amount of damage, and Kelsier is building more speed than damage or tank, so he is going to take quite a lot. Leash Me Please is here into his ultimate, heals a silly amount because he's Red Cane. Spectral has joined Leash Me Please, but will they get him? They managed to get the sleep into the bubble, and Leash Me Please picks up the kill. Up on the top side, Arcanist is on a rampage again.
Excellent. We have a couple of major items coming into play as well. We finished a Heartsteel on... never mind. He swapped Heartsteel out for Trinity Force just now. Actually, interesting.
That's exciting. Baron spawns at 25 minutes, and immediately Burb say, that's our play. The attack speed off the Sivir, the damage from the Viego, the ultimate from the Anivia means that they take this within 15 seconds of spawn.
15-second Baron, and we're ready to reset and start running down the lanes. In fact, I would prefer them not to go Drake and just use this buff to the fullest ability. Do your quick reset and just pick a lane and get that inhibitor.
It's one of my favorite things to suggest and do with the Baron buff, and I really think it would be beneficial, especially if you send a few of your members top lane. You know, then you can't have the collapse from the side of the Krug killers after they take the Drake. Just surrender the Drake, push mid and top, and you should be able to get quite a lot done. But the cheese here in the push,
in fact,
it would have...
The strongest play to make right now would be everybody push, and if you have Kayn split pushing, that's okay, but everybody push bot lane, and then when you win the team fight, or after you take the inhibitor, you're already at Dragon, and then you can't fight, because you're so far ahead that you're going to win the team fight.
Spectral
and that's how you
gets
play
caught, has to flash away, very low, burning down from the items from Anivia. Call Me Saul landed a huge set of spells there to impact Spectral's ability to fight this Drake. And on the top side, Psychopathic Poro picks up an inhibitor. Clarified gets knocked up. Ruin is right next to him. Flash over the wall. Call Me Saul gets knocked up. Ruin gets the first kill of the fight. Ruin on the front line against Kelsier. They snare him, kill him as well. And now Arcanist flashes forward, gets the Heartstopper. Arcanist now going after Spectral, just jumps forward, picks up the kill. That's a double. The only member of Krugkillas alive is the Sast Raptor, trying to defend the Nexus turrets. He goes down, and this is going to be the end of the game. 6 Grubs plus Baron, Mean Burb take game number 2.
Very solid closing from there to just split push, win the fight. You are 10k up at the beginning of the fight, able to just chase them down, forcing the Sast Raptor to go back to try to defend, and he just can't. He was like 20% health underneath both Nexus turrets. Very, very good showing from Burb to be able to pick that up. Exciting plays all around. I'm excited to see what we have in store in round 3.
Speaking of round 3, that'll be here right after this.
closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Progenitor League Circuit February tournament. I am still Juhadre, but with me this time is Proden.
Which way are you? Oh, this way. Hello. No, this way. Hello.
You got it right eventually. Proden, welcome. How are you today?
I'm doing well, sir. Nice to see you and everybody again.
Agreed. Same here. So we are getting. What were you going to say?
I was saying I should probably mute the stream so you don't double talk to me.
We are getting ready for game number 3. This is going to be Burb versus the Silver Smashers. This is getting us into who will actually. That's what this is, Proden. This is the tiebreaker to see who will go into our finals, and that's what we're looking at right now.
Well, that'll be fun. Came back to a good game then, huh?
Absolutely.
Tiebreakers are always fun.
Agreed. Both 1-1 here. Burb and Silver Smashers have a lot to prove. They'll be able to meet the Team Unknown in finals. And the only reason we know that is because Team Unknown has 2 wins already. And that's all it takes, right? You get your 2 wins. There are only 3 games, and that puts you into finals. So whoever wins here will go against them. And I know that the Silver Smashers would love a chance to play against them again because they did in our last tournament. And Burb also you know what? This is their second time, isn't it? Yeah, Burb's been here before.
I feel like Team Unknown needs to change their name to Team Known. Many times they make it to the finals.
That's actually really funny. I like that a lot. So then you've had a chance to watch parts of the stream. Do you have any thoughts going into our draft as we're getting that all set up?
Not at the moment. I had only got to watch bits and pieces of them while I was doing my scrim I was in. So
okay.
I'll have to see what these two are going to play and bring forward. So
what's fun about these teams is both of them have done something that, at least in my eyes and admin's eyes, was unconventional, let's call it, with the double junglers, with Kayn going top with Unsealed Spellbook. That threw me for a loop for a while. And then the Mel bottom on the side of the Silver Smashers. But you said you were a little bit more familiar with that.
Yeah, Mel's definitely better in bot lane on average win rate than she is mid. Mid has a lot harder matchups for her. Right now, I think she's sitting like 47 or 46% in mid. And I don't think she's OP anymore. She's definitely, if she gets ahead, she's super oppressive. She's one of those champs that if they start to snowball, it's just mind-numbing how hard it is to play against her later as the game goes. If she gets behind, she's really weak. So if you can keep her from staying even, you can really slow down what she can do, because she just doesn't have that big burst combo she can do. She hits you. She just doesn't have the damage, and her poke doesn't really
Right.
matter. Especially if a tank, if she gets behind, they don't really care unless they stay in a super long sustained fight with her to where her stacks start to get super high.
Okay. So you mentioned in the YouTube chat that Aurelion Sol is a good counter. Is there a champion on the bottom side that does a similar thing and just nullifies what she wants to do in the lane?
I'm not 100% sure because I don't play a lot of bot lane anymore. I switched from playing bot lane to top lane off roll because I used to get filled into the bot too much doing that. So I would just probably like some sort of good engaged champ, like that doesn't necessarily have projectiles. I think Leona would probably not be terrible into her. She can't block her ult. If Leona Qs you, well, you're just going to go to Leona, or E's you. You're going to go to Leona instead if you try to block it. Blitzcrank may not even be... Well, Blitzcrank will pull himself to you. But maybe Rel. Champs that don't have a ton of... or at least can sustain through her poke. So
Right.
I would think maybe sustain champs. They can sustain through that early poke. Because early poke isn't that bad, but if you just let her sit and poke you and whittle you, you're going to die eventually, of course, because that passive stacks up and they just execute you at a certain amount.
Yeah.
But I think something that can keep you safe, keep you sustained up, or something that's just burstier than her early, or just play smart, take maybe even another mage down there that can outplay her. So
that is typically the answer, though, is you have that rock, paper, scissors type idea where a mage is supposed to outdo a marksman because you deal so much damage so quickly, and the marksman doesn't have the chance to stack up the damage like they can on a tank or a fighter. And so that doesn't surprise me all that much. So counteracting that with another mage that is designed to do that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, even a support mage would probably be good that can outpoke her. I think Xerath might not be too terrible. He only has one projectile.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, and her shield blocks all damage for when it's up, or her reflect will block all the damage when it's up. But, if you're just constantly having to hit her with those abilities, it can't be up all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with how long the cooldown is. It's in the early levels. Even late, I think it gets only down to 14 seconds, right?
Yeah, it's 12 or 14, something like that. I know they're changing that in the patch. It's going to have a longer cooldown early and then become around the same, I think, towards the 5th level of the ability.
Okay, it's longer than that. It's 23 seconds at max level, but then when you put in ability haste, I think it can get down to 17 or so. There you go.
Yeah, she's fun though. I still play her, even though I don't think she's OP. I just think she's fun, and if you snowball it, like I said, it's pretty gross.
So then, with the Silver Smashers' success on the champion, do you think that Mel will be banned when they go up against Burb?
Unless you have a good answer for it in bot lane that you know how to play, because I think that is her. It isn't played as much, so down on bot lane, but it does have a good win rate down there. So that I don't know if that's just because there's only certain people playing it into certain matches where more people play anything into anything mid.
Right.
So I haven't looked that deep into it, but I would definitely get something that can survive early and outscale her, and maybe have some range, or just have a good support that can poke her out instead.
Okay, here we are into game number 4, right? Yeah. No, it's game number 3. I can't count. Draft is up. We have Burb versus the Silver Smashers here. Syndra is the first ban, going to be taken away from Call Me Soul, and then Kale, the answer on the side of the Silver Smashers.
Kale's a champ that beats her too, but you don't play her bot lane because that would be terrible.
And actually, I was reading the names. Silver Smashers are on the blue side. That's Mr. X, EJ Crafter. We got clarification there on the side of, or from our chat. and Call Me Soul on the side of Burb. Aurora locked in. I know that that's another one of your favorite champions, Proton.
Yeah, I play her a lot. I haven't been playing her. Well, I don't know. I kind of rotate through a set of champs I play because I'll pick her into certain matchups now instead of just playing her like constantly.
Mhm.
But I still do like her. I think she's really fun, especially she can help with picks and gets if you have someone to follow in. Like I think she's really good with like Nocturne. Turn out the lights and you go in ult, and then he goes in and nobody can run away. So you're like, yeah. So if you don't have flash, you're definitely not getting away with the wall there. Briar, I like Briar. I wish they'd play her in pro. I think she's so much fun to watch.
I actually got a chance to play her, I think, right before our last tournament, just for the first time, and in the PvP had someone who was familiar with the champion over my shoulder trying to tell me how to do it. Very fun champion to play in addition to watch. So I'm excited for that.
It takes a lot of skill because you lose control of your champion, and if you don't have your E up, you can just run under a tower and int. So,
right,
or into a fight you shouldn't be, or to start attacking the wrong champion.
And the range on it is also tricky. I remember casting it, and it sent me after the Raptors instead of a champion.
Yeah,
and that
whatever's closest.
I was so mad. I was so mad when that happened. I was like, "Why am I running that way?" It doesn't prioritize champions like some other abilities do. And
yeah, if they're in range before the champion, you'll go after. If they're within your range when you're going crazy chasing them, you'll go after them. But if they get out of it just for a moment, you'll turn and go immediately to like a camp or minions.
Oh. This draft is interesting. Already we're seeing several unique champions to our tournament today. So Briar is new, Jinx is new, Aurora, the Maokai is new, getting Rakan in here as well. All of these are unique champions. Sona, oh my gosh, so many lock-ins that are
Maokai top
to me.
I like Maokai top. I love the days when you'd see him all the time in the top.
Same here. I was one of those players. I love Maokai. I think he's a lot of fun when you get 2 items. The first part of the game can be a little bit rough, but man, after those 2, I'm sorry. I glanced over and I saw the chat, and Kodo Draco is memeing pretty hard on Calavir and Brisabelle.
Yeah, I asked my wife, "Do you want to go to anything outside?" She was like, "Oh no, there's too many people. We can do something a week from now or something."
Right.
I was like, "Sounds good to me."
Right. Oh, that's super funny. All right, everybody, we have our draft complete. We were in the drafting tool, so this was pretty quick. Now we're getting into spectator delay, and we can talk about some of these champion choices. Proton, I wonder if the Silver Smashers are going to do something similar to what Burb did, where you have junglers in the top lanes, and you just, with Briar's own mobility and survivability, I wonder if that's going to be a smite with the Unsealed Spellbook again.
I'm not sure. Maybe that could be a possibility. I haven't seen Briar take Spellbook's top, but I don't see how it could be terrible, especially if you want to get double smites and make sure you secure objectives.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Securing objectives, it's always a joke or a meme when people say they want extra smites, but I truly believe that the way the game has moved with the grubs being introduced, the power of the drakes, and the introduction of Otacon, and in addition to that, the power of the 25-minute buff camps where you give your entire team the buff, I think the value of Smite has just gone up with the way the map has been evolving.
Well, do you remember years ago when people were playing Smite mid and Smite top? Mm-hmm. And you just go steal the Raptors. Mid laner would just go take Raptors every single time, smite them, and just to get ahead in money and levels.
And especially if you ran Cho'Gath and Nunu on top of that, you couldn't lose an objective. And Kalista as well, using the Rend, any kind of execute and true damage to objectives. I think it's more fun. It causes discord, and it forces fights at the objectives a little bit more, I would say.
Yeah, when you're going against those champs, you can't try to take a 50-50, so like Cho'Gath or Nunu. It's not really a 50-50 at that point, because it's like they have 2 smites on one champion, right? So
Exactly.
Nunu and Cho'Gath just do a ton of true damage to Baron, and if they're up, there's a good chance that Cho'Gath flashes in and just takes your Baron, because he can, I believe his Devour can get up so high that it actually is more than Smite against neutral objectives.
Yes.
If you
I
stack
believe
enough.
it starts at 1,000 damage.
Yeah,
I think
so.
And Smite only gets up to 1,200, so
Yeah,
you get a few stacks and it's done.
Yeah, and then it's rough to try and smite when he can take it to 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
1,000 health points before you can even smite it.
So imagine, if you will, 2 fully leveled smites with a Nunu and Cho'Gath on your team. You could effectively call it at 4,000 HP and just kill the thing.
Yeah, everyone at the same time, press your button.
Yeah, that's actually crazy.
Oh yeah, I remember how Callista's was so bad back in the day before they nerfed the damage. You didn't even need to use Smite, because her damage, if she stacked the whole time, would be more than what Smite was going to output.
Yes. But it's hard to calculate that, right?
Yeah.
You start counting spears, you're like, all right, I've got 32 of those, and if I rend, each of those 32 is going to deal 60 damage. So what's 32 times 60? It's just too much work.
More something you have to practice and just gotten used to the amount of time you've been auto attacking and have a rough estimate, because doing the exact math on that is probably not something my little brain could do.
Same here. All right, everybody, we are just getting into game. Once that is up, we are in the game number 3. We're excited. We have some unique champions being played here. The Sona, I think, is the most interesting one for me, Rodin, because I haven't seen a Sona in the PLC yet, at least to my memory.
Oh, I don't even remember the last time I saw it in a professional game. I haven't seen Sona for a while.
Now, a lot of her interactions are based on the passive and knowing what spell to cast to do what enhanced auto. And I think most newer players just like to have the blue one as the answer because it's your source of damage. But reducing enemy damage with the green, and I don't remember what the purple one does. Do you?
It speeds you up and slows enemies down.
So the auto attack after you've used it as your third cast, does it have an addition? It should have an additional effect.
I can't remember. I don't remember the last time I even played Sona. And there's probably been a few changes since the last time I played her.
Okay,
yeah, it's been years.
So the auto attack does slow. Oh, based on ability power. Look at that.
Oh, look at this Briar right away is on the way in the back.
Invading.
Like,
that's going to be frustrating.
Doing a proxy, I don't know. See, Malphite has to go back to his tower. He's going to lose XP. Like, he can't go back. You have to stay at your tower.
The Maokai is going to be starved there. You're going to lose at least one of those minions. And what great placement there from Psychopathic Poro, getting that, again, the smite and the proxy. That's very clever.
Oh, he's going to run into Viego, though.
Yeah, I think that's going to be okay. It's going to be a problem when he runs into 2 members of the other team there. Let's see. Okay, everyone. Silver Smashers are on blue side, and Burb are on red. That's what's going on. Knock up here onto Gorgoroth Fangirl, but not quite enough damage because Yoshiji is there to fend them off.
Yeah, this game looks like it's not going to be super high paced earlier. It looks like Briar just wants to get some golden levels and then not really fight Maokai. Probably doesn't win those fights this early because he has really good sustain and she doesn't get any sustain unless she's actually attacking someone. Because Briar doesn't have any life regen. And Maokai probably just out-sustains everything at this point in time. So, just get your levels, get your ultimate, and then try to make some plays across the map, or just get an item and then start beating up the tank.
So this goes back to the conversation that Admin and I were having when Proxy went on in the last game. As long as you kill the minions, you're not actually losing a whole lot with the Proxy. And so everyone else on the side of the Silver Smashers just laning, I don't think is a big problem.
No. The only thing that's really happening is your tower's taking some damage, but if your tower's taking some damage and there's nowhere to collect the plate, you're really not losing anything.
Right. Okay. No big fights coming out here on the bottom side either. Our first jungle gank might be in mid. No, they're just going for crabs. Yeah, not a very exciting game. It's interesting for sure because we do have the Briar gameplay. And speaking of, look at that farm. When no one is there to fight you and you get all that bonus damage with the E, that's actually crazy how far ahead Psychopathic Poro has decided or has been able to get. Our first fight here. Stun onto Rookyuu. Call Me Soul is going to run away. EJ Crafter also has to avoid Arcanist.
Yeah, Anivia's egg was blown just before that, so she'll have to play a little bit careful for now. But I think once Anivia gets the ult, doesn't really even have to interact with Aurora anymore if played right. You can kind of just wall her off or put the ult down slower and then get your ult.
Onto EJ.
Get your stun and Q on her and try to burst her and just back up. So it should get a little bit easier as time goes on. Not too far
Flash
behind
over to get the stun. EJ Crafter's in some trouble. That's first blood onto Psychopathic Poro. He has a red buff. He's going to get the E onto Mr. X. Jumps away as well. Mr. X is on the chase, but that red buff for Psychopathic is going to do quite a lot. Knocked away, and Mr. Frag Mr. X picks that one up. Rookyuu in the mid lane gets another.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good for Maokai being behind there. Was there a shutdown on that I didn't see because of the CS difference, but right now I probably just shove that lane as hard as you can so you can actually go back. If not, Briar's just gonna go do the same thing she's doing the whole time. But good collapse back there to get a kill and try to get some gold into your pocket.
I like the aggression coming out of Psychopathic Poro, but I think it was a little too much. At the point where you stun the Maokai, I think you just walk out of the jungle there and take the win for what it was.
Well, I was almost thinking, do you just fire your ult across the map and try to hit the mid laner to get out? Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that would have been even better. Like they have montages of all these silly spell usages. That would have made it. But instead, we're gonna have a fight up on the top side, and Psychopathic Poro just gets to fight these minions up against the wall and farm up like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, I definitely think Maokai should get that Balmy Cinder as soon as possible, so he can try to push the lane away from the tower. See, right now he's losing levels again. I think this is a mistake. I don't really think you can worry about fighting the Briar right now. You need to get your XP because she's already a level ahead of you, and you just missed an entire wave of XP.
Oh,
Briar isn't missing anything. This lane is gonna push back to her, and she's gonna miss maybe a couple minions. But yeah, when you can't get back there to do anything, it's best just to stay at the tower and farm, and wait till you have the power to engage, or you can push the wave out from your tower.
Lessons in Proxy by Psychopathic Poro and Proden. A lot of P's there.
I had someone do this to me when I was playing Alawi the other day, and I started to go back and do the, hey, stop doing that. And I was like, wait a second, I'm never going to get this person. I'm just going to sit and farm. So I sat at the tower and just farmed the entire time. And then as soon as we fought the first time, I killed him.
Yeah, and that's one of those understandings that we need to have when things like this happen. Arcanist is here. Only level 5. That means no infinite duress. Never mind. That's level 6 achieved. They don't want to do so underneath the turret. The grand entrance for Yoshiji. Gorgoroth fangirl gets locked down. Clarified is taking quite a lot of damage. Arcanist blocks the ultimate from the Jinx, and they do make it out, but it was close.
That feather pull, I think, saved him right there. It stunned him, so they couldn't follow up on that.
Another fight in mid. Call Me Soul is caught in between worlds. Into the egg form. Rookyu wants to get the damage. The passive should help with that, but I don't think it's quite enough. Call Me Soul will land the stun and get the slow to run away, but EJ Crafter is here and will help secure the kill. Meanwhile, topside,
no.
Psychopathic Poro goes down too, and just kills all over the place, even on the bot side.
Yeah, I made a mistake getting a little too close to that Maokai. I'm gonna say Malphite. Maokai next to the tower. Just Bramble smashed back into it, rooted, and kind of beat up.
Oh, Feat of War definitely goes to... I'm pretty sure that's Silver Smashers. Could we get a look at our overlay, please, production? Arcanist is caught. Yoshiji doing
It's
quite
not
a
up
lot.
quite yet.
One more. And zap. Yoshiji picks up a kill.
Yeah, the kills have been grabbed, but not the objectives or the tower one. So they're matched up on objectives right now, 1-1.
I think that blue team is doing a really good job. They're not just because they're ahead, but because of how silly the red team strategy has been, and they're answering it really well. Flash over the wall, EJ Crafter picks up yet another kill. And we saw how dangerous he can be on this Viego. If the same thing happens this game, then Berber in for a rude awakening, I would say.
Yeah, this game is already starting to get a little out of control.
Arcanist is caught. A nice stun onto EJ Crafter. Rookyu picks up a kill. That means that EJ Crafter is next. The fear will not go off. Psychopathic Poro has to flash. He gets the ultimate, but it doesn't matter because Rookyu kills him.
Nice kill, I like that. Flash forward. Gets the save right there.
Another dive down here. Ruin underneath his turret has to dodge everything out. Uses the ultimate. Still has flash, but doesn't use it as Yoshiji and Rogorath. I'm gonna call you Grow.
I definitely think you caster cursed it. The game was, it was just relaxing, settling,
Suddenly
filling
12
things
kills.
out, and then boom, lots of kills real quick. Up over a kill a minute instantly.
That's what we do here at PLC. We like fights, and we like pressure on the map, and we like seeing action.
Yoshiji is getting a lot of plates in the bot lane down there.
Not only that, Yoshiji has a big CS lead here, 20. That's 4 waves up ahead, and a kill's worth of gold. But the next fight is up on the Grubs. Arcanist and Psychopathic Poro caught with Between Worlds and the ultimate from the Maokai. Nice target selection there. Mr. X helps get one. That's a double kill for EJ Crafter.
Yeah, the ADC, mid, and jungler are all over 1,000 gold ahead.
Ruin gets caught, clarified with a huge disengage there afterward, and both of them have to get away here. Burb need to go back. More wins for the Silver Smashers.
Oh, no!
Ruin gets killed! Oh, it was tragic! Died
They
in
were
his arms!
kissing!
Oh,
Took her
no!
away. That is not very Valentine's Day-ish right there, right?
Oh, definitely not. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
I can normally keep my composure, but that was just so sad. Yoshiji goes against Arcanist, but Psychopathic Poro says, nah, man, you're not getting out of this one. That's shutdown gold over to Psychopathic Poro on the Briar.
I have actually never seen them die in their back animation like that before. I didn't even think one would go back while the other one could die. Like, that wasn't even a thought in my mind, so I just learned something today.
Call Me Soul gets hit with an EJ Crafter. does land the stun and the wall, but is it enough? Call Me Soul into the egg form. That's a lot of damage coming out of EJ Crafter, and that's another kill. Unstoppable now on the Viego. Grogorath Fangirl is in some trouble. Psychopathic Poro gets caught here, actually. Doesn't have his crowd control. Does go into the W and is taunted. Mr. X picks that one up. They lose Viego on the top side. That is shutdown gold over to Arcanist. Clarified is going to be the next target. He uses the grand entrance to get out, but the zap means that he is slowed down. Between worlds into the W, Rookie on a rampage. They're continuing to chase, but have to stop at the turret. No, never mind. Yoshiji picks him up.
I don't even know how you can play against this now with the amount of just control, CC, and map control you can have with these champions. It is, when they're ahead like this, it's going to be extremely hard to try and put something back together to come back. They're going to really need to, lace their shoes up and communicate well over and try to get some picks and grab some of these objectives, because there's only one tower down. Oh man, that feels bad. So there's only one tower down, so there's a lot of gold left. Unfortunately, plates are going down right now, so you can't collect.
We have another fight. Arcanist goes too far in, and does he make it out? He didn't use the blast cone. Instead, he wants to use the blue buff to try and jump away with the Q.
Oh man, just a minor misstep, and Jinx just changed, or Aurora just chases you down and kills you, autoed you to death. Feels bad. Yeah, this is a rough one, Jahadre. I wonder if I cursed it by coming back.
Is caught. Another fight here. Clarified is low. EJ Crafter makes it out somehow with Rook Q going dominating. They're chasing after Psychopathic.
Oh, the turn.
He gets the kill back. And now going on to Gorgorath Fangirl. Ults in, has a lot of damage. Knocks Rook Q against the wall of his own ultimate. He pops over twice. The Jinx Rocket will secure that kill. Rook Q now with no mana against Arcanist. He's going to jump away into the infinite duress. Rook Q walks through the Flame Chompers, meaning Yoshiji with a zap, and the Pow Pow will almost secure the kill. Fishbones will instead.
Oh man, Jinx just turned that just around right there, because that was definitely a 3 kills if Briar could have kept going, because Rook was out of mana, and she was just going to chase her down and beat her up. But luckily Jinx had the ultimate, goes down there, saves it, and is able to get excited, run down there, and finish off the other kill.
Call Me Soul versus Mr. X up on the top side. Mr. X is standing in the ultimate again. We saw how that worked last game, and he's just taking damage after damage. He has no magic resistance.
He just doesn't care right now.
But Grogorath Fangirl is here. Out goes the ultimate. Flash to try and avoid it, but it didn't work. Bramble Smash into the W means another kill on the side of Burb.
Look at the gold difference in bot lane. Like, even the support has a huge lead over the others. Over Clarified. That's rough. Sona's one of those champions that just puts out so much healing.
Another fight here. Goes to the W. Psychopathic Poro picks up another kill. The Briar is dangerous.
I will. I'll let you know that Aurora does not do well against Briar at all.
I'm sure that you know that.
You can't get away from her. You can't burst her out if she touches you. Yeah. So my advice is just stay away from Briar.
Arcanist wants to get the steal. It doesn't land. Yoshiji getting the damage there with EJ Crafter, and they take down the Herald. They take down Arcanist, and now at 24 kills.
Wow, one of the teams is more than 1 kill per minute.
Yep. And we love it. We love that here at PLC. Speaking of that, Otacon will spawn on the bottom side of the map. We can see his little cavernous circle going there at the mouth of the river. Damage down onto the bot lane of red team, and it's hard to fight against this. How do you get your pressure? Oh my gosh, they found him.
Yeah. Can you believe that we still... Oh, never mind. Sorry, I lied. I was about to say no one has... I forgot the first tower went down, so I was going to lie to you.
versus Rook Q. He's low, but he will make it out alive. Yoshiji gets caught with the infinite duress, flashes away. The grand entrance doesn't land anything. The quickness gets nothing. Arcanus goes down. That's a double kill. Will it be a third for Yoshiji? Flash away for Ruin. He has one more shot, and they do pick it up. That's a triple kill for Yoshiji.
Oh, man. This feels so bad. You just can't run away from Jinx when she's excited so fast. And then the extra range on the rockets. It just feels like she's always in range.
But caught there in the storm. Yoshiji gets low. Kami-Soul caught on the Flame Chompers and actually gets killed. Yoshiji goes legendary on the Jinx. Arcanus wants to go in onto Yoshiji. Do they pick up the kill? They get the knock-up. They get the auto attacks, but he's healing like crazy. They do get him, but so does Arcanus. Arcanus goes down as well. Clarified goes down. Mr. X is on a spree. On the bottom side now, Crafter is going in. He goes down. Ruin and Psychopathic Poro have to defend against the entirety of blue team. Psychopathic Poro dies.
Wow.
Ruin is the next target. They're trying to get him slowed down. That's an ace. And this is probably the end of the game with those 5 grubs.
That burst on the Briar was crazy right there. Like, I blinked and her health bar was full and then gone.
Big damage here coming out of the blue team. They're going to take their second inhibitor. Mr. X might be in some trouble. Flashes over the wall. I think that Red needs to let them go.
I wouldn't normally say take an inhibitor before, definitely not at this time, because now you're just going to funnel a bunch of money into the team. So as long as they're quick and they take the objectives and keep pushing, it'll be okay. But if they slow the game down at all, it's just going to funnel gold into their team, and your team's going to lose a lot of gold in those lanes because you only have one lane that you can really farm out of.
Right. The next Drake will go to the side of the blue team. They have all the pressure, and they're ahead. They're all congregated down there. Baron isn't available. Otacon isn't even available. We're still pre-20 minutes, and
I don't know if any of the normal rules of League apply when you have this big of a lead.
Yeah.
I think like at some point in time your wallet is so big it just doesn't matter what you do as long as you don't give up major objectives after you die, or your attempt. Because even if you were to get an entire, a wipe, you wipe the enemy team. Like, if you can't get anything objectively afterwards, it doesn't really matter.
This is the point of the game that I think is going to become... Oh my gosh! That was more than I expected. Rook Q goes on a killing spree. I was going to talk about Otacon for about 4 seconds, and then, and then I didn't even get the chance. That burst was monstrous onto Ruin.
Yeah, 16 stacks on the Magi's. And
Mr.
3
X
levels.
is in trouble in a 1v2.
Oh
Actually
my!
does quite
Bramble smash was amazing.
Arcanus gets caught with the ultimate, and blue teamers are going to take another turret. They've done all of this without the help of the Baron buff. Remember, we're at 21 minutes. Rook Q doesn't have an ultimate, but goes over the wall, and they're just throwing down this damage. They're trying to get more objectives and get more pressure in the base. The Red has no answer to these waves.
No, see, they're doing good, keeping the pressure up. There's just nothing you can do if there's this much pressure and the waves falling in. So, like I said, not letting them just farm those waves coming in and just finishing the game as fast as they can. It's really good call by the team.
Deals so much damage. Clarified gets caught with the Sona ultimate, and Crescendo, it has been going the entire time. Yoshiji's actually trying to farm on the turret. He goes down to the laser. That's a double kill for him, though. Arcanus might be next. He's low, but does not die. Psychopathic Poro gets the healing, but it doesn't matter because the Nexus is down. Wow.
That game was like, really chill, you're just sitting there listening to some nice music, and then also when someone turns on the heavy metal, just rock and roll, it just train comes through the map and runs everything over.
I will not apologize for Caster cursing that.
No, that got so crazy.
The magnificent display of talent, everybody. That's going to do it for our Swiss stage. Don't go too far, though, because our best of 3 finals will be here right after this.
child in Valoran has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. Sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them. The evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the February Progenitor League Circuit Tournament. Moving into our best of 3 finals now between Team Unknown and the Silver Smashers. I am still Juhadre. Joining me once again is Proden.
Hello again. I was just seeing that my shirt had turned purple. It's this camera. Not wearing a purple shirt.
There are worse things than having a
Yes.
purple shirt, that's for sure. All right, everybody. I have been told that we are just about to get into Champ Select. So, Broden, while we're waiting for that to come up, we're going to see a draft. We've seen Team Unknown so many times, even in this scenario where they're in the finals. But the Silver Smashers are relatively new to PLC and have some interesting ways of drafting and playing. What do you expect to see?
I don't know enough about them, but I think there'll be something in this game, one of these games, maybe in all of them, that we won't see coming. That's my caster curse, right? No, if I curse it, it'll be the opposite direction. So I'm going to say there's going to be nothing out of the ordinary. It's all going to be boring.
All of us superstitious people over here. Let me toss some salt over my right shoulder. Yeah, I do wonder if the homework has been done properly, because the last 2 games that Silver Smashers have played, there's been a champion that's been a bit of a problem for their opponents in both games. And Team Unknown is famous for a particular bot lane duo, and I think that getting rid of those types of problems could be a big part of what this draft is going to be. But there is also the argument that there's nothing you can't beat, right? I think Blippo has been saying that from the LTA North for a while. Instead of wasting your ban on something, learn how to fight against it. And so with the way that both of these teams have been playing, I imagine that's going to be more of removing annoyances than straight up counters, I would imagine.
Yeah, I know when I'm playing for the Salt Lake City Community College, we don't ban necessarily champions that counter you in lane. It's more champions that make it so your team comp can't do what they want to do is normally what we'll try to ban. So I think that's probably better, because you're not just going to be in laning phase the whole game. So if your champ's only good against that champ in laning phase but isn't good to the team comp, and you don't get snowballed or ahead, what are you going to do later on, right? You need to be able to fit. You need to be able to fit into your team comp what they want to do. So if you're an oddball in your team comp, it's just not as good for the game overall later on as it goes.
Agreed. Taking a look here at the chat, I almost called it Twitch chat. Ooh. We have a prediction that there will be at least 1 champion per team, and Kodo Draco raises that at least 2.
Wow. I don't know if I believe that.
We are into draft, everybody. We have the Silver Smashers on blue with Team Unknown on red. And
wait, what patch is this? 15.3? That's not a real patch. It's like
it's season
800 numbers now.
Yeah, it's season 25.1.3 or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's some crazy looking thing now.
Honestly, when looking at the client, it's a little bit easier to read. I don't know if it's the letter S or what, but it was just V 14.6 last time, or 14.2.6 or something like that. For some reason, it made more sense in my mind.
Glad it did for you.
Yeah, same here.
All right,
Okay.
Here we go.
We got it back up. Teemo has been banned, and that's actually not a bad ban. Hold on. I'm going to phrase this carefully. That ban is good against Team Unknown and is always welcome when I'm watching a game. There.
Yes. Along with who's the other one you hate in the top lane
Win.
up there? Yeah, that ban is always welcome for you. So Kodo Draco is not in the jungle this time, huh?
No.
You went back up to top lane?
He has been for a while. For the last few tournaments, there have been members of Team Unknown who haven't been able to make it, and Kodo Draco has been up on the top side the last, I think, 3.
Skarner ran. So what? So Mel, they probably don't want Mel in the bot lane, I'm assuming, for this one. Skarner got nerfed, but still good. He's actually not a permaban now. Oh, Rook's getting the Aurora again. I did like the Aurora last time. That was a good
I thought
pick.
it looked really good. Did quite a lot of damage. And one of the things that I noticed was Rook knew how far those abilities reached. It was impressive to see just how close he got to proccing things versus actually proccing them, dodging other spells, using the W and the E.
Oh,
And it was fun.
we're getting some
Oh
picks
my.
I did not think of. Galio and Free Boss Man Jack has picked up the Udyr.
I
Man
think
Bear Pig is in the house.
Galio just got buffed, did he not?
He got nerfed.
He got nerfed.
Yeah, just his base health, I believe, was nerfed. I can't remember if there was anything else, but I do remember base health was nerfed.
Yes. Yeah, it got dropped just a little bit. I have it on my second screen over here. Wow.
And I'm trying to remember the matchup. I like playing Aurora into Galio. I don't think it's that bad, but I think overall Galio does beat Aurora.
Mhm.
But I've probably played against bad Galios, so that's probably the reason I don't mind.
It is entirely possible. And
Yeah. I've had matchups in solo queue that like I would win on a champion playing like all the time, but did you get into an organized team with a good player mid and you realize, oh, he's playing champion correctly, and this is why you shouldn't play into it.
yeah. The MF is a pick that scares me, especially when there are still so many other options that can do well into it. The Galio in particular, for first example, is strong into Misfortune. Udyr strong into Misfortune. There's no mobile spell that MF has to avoid the Twitch. So I think that Team Unknown is pretty well set up to deal with that particular carry so far.
Yeah, and I would definitely ban an enchanter now. Get Lulu out of here if you're on Silver Smashers. You do not want like Lulu with Twitch or another champ that's going to enable Twitch to just do more of what he wants.
They have the chance now. There are 2 ban slots available. Neither team has shown a support, and so
There it is.
pinching that role, I think, is a great idea.
Yeah, there's no reason to let that in on Twitch right now. You don't want him to be even more empowered because you've all been the 3-0 Twitch just all of a sudden appears in your top lane and kills you. And when laning phase is like 8 minutes in because he got fed bot lane and just roamed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the most frustrating thing about it is when you look at how close you think you can get on your own playing Twitch, it's like, how did he get that close? It just popped up out of nowhere. A good Twitch player knows how to really sneak up and take advantage of that queue. Our last ban coming out here, it is Yuumi. I think that's a great choice of a ban, especially like you've been talking about pairing with
double up on both of them being invisible, and then Yuumi just makes it, it's a 2v1 because she has to be on you no matter what you do, and it makes Twitch even stronger. So I do like the Braum though. I think that's nice. Block the MF ult throughout the Winter's Bite, get the stun on somebody. Twitch can proc that from across the map because he can shoot from so far with his ultimate.
I concur. I think that Braum is one of the most powerful champions with people who can effectively use his passive, but also for the amount of stuff he can block. Ivern locked in.
Yeah, they're really low damage except for ADC. So what top lane's gonna need to be a carry, I would think. Unless it's Kodo Draco's taking Galio top, or we're getting Udyr top, and they're just because both of those could possibly go top, but they're going to need some more damage on this team because if Twitch is behind, like who are you I mean, the team's squishy, but they're gonna have shields with Ivern and then they got another big tank. So
I wouldn't hate seeing a high damage bruiser. I would say something like the Ambessa would be a good choice. Even if you're scared, you could go Cassante, but instead you get a damage source.
So we're getting, I'm assuming, Galio top, because if
that's
he
what I
went
would
jungle,
think.
that would be really weird.
Especially with his Justice Punch not being able to go through terrain, that would be a little detrimental to
I think
the idea.
Azir really rounds this out well. You've got 3 beef balls and a whole bunch of damage from range. So
yeah, I can see it, and it's another way to get onto the Misfortune.
Wait.
Look
at Silver Smashers. Look at the surprise that is coming on that side. That's the surprise.
Every time. It's always fun to see. They did this in game number 1 where they locked in Ambessa, Amumu, and then Mel. And you think, okay, that's your top jungle mid. But it was actually your mid, jungle, and bot lane. So Silver Smashers doing a lot of fun tricks with their draft. I knew that the moment we saw the Ivern, something was going to go silly because either he's playing support or your Xin Xiao's going top and you keep the Maokai on bottom. I don't know.
I just figured support. And then no, we're Xin Zhao supporting. Okay. Well, let's see how that goes then, right? I've never seen Xin Zhao support, so
true to form though, it's going to be that high pressure kill lane that we saw, or similar to what we saw before. It was, Pyke Mel, where they were able to just push. And then what did they play last game? It wasn't the Xayah Rakan, it was the other two. It was Jinx and...
I just don't know if I would pick someone like Xin Zhao into a Braum. Because if you go in, it's like Leona into Braum. If you go in, you're kind of just going to stand there. You're going to get your stun off combo, but then Braum's going to punch you in the face and you're going to get frozen in place. And he has a shield to block whatever damage. I don't know. It just seems spooky to me to have that support. But I guess anything can happen, right?
Anything can happen. And
if everyone played everything perfect, these games would be boring, and because just looking at draft who would win.
Exactly. And that's one of the big reasons why I love players doing things like this. There's a great example for Worlds when the Misfortune support came out. It was a way to deal with Zyra, right? You could throw down the Make It Rain to stop the plants from doing what they're doing, or from keeping her away from summoning the plants. And so maybe there's some dark tech somewhere where Xin Xiao can jump in and use his crescent sweep to get other people away. So single target damage is better. I don't know.
You know who else isn't terrible into a Zyra? Mel. One auto attack kills her plant.
There you go. Because it stacks up with the
you just auto it once and it executes it off the first auto.
Oh,
so it's almost like MF's Q, where you Q through the plant, it kills it instead of having to auto it multiple times. So I don't know if it'd be a direct counter, but she's good into just killing the plants really quick. So you don't have to auto it 3 or 4 times.
That is good to know.
The only reason I know that because I had one go against me in the mid lane when I was playing now. And I was like, what is this?
This, my friend, is what we call a counter.
Yeah, it wasn't a counter.
No. All right, everybody. Draft is done. We're also pretty much done with our spectator delay. We're just waiting on the loading screen. We have the Silver Smashers versus Team Unknown, game number 1 of our finals for February. Let's see a little bit more excitement in our chat. We know Brizabel is rooting for Silver Smashers, actually, which surprised me. I just saw you. You took a look over. You're like, wait a minute. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I don't know how. I'll start over. What I want to see is bot lane pathing from the Silver Smashers.
Yeah.
Use that Xin Zhao. you have so much good. If you're already setting up plays like he was in the jungle, you give him the shield from the Ivern and send him in. That would be a great way to start snowballing the bottom side.
Yeah. Yeah, you would definitely want to get a focus on bot lane and mid. You could probably just let top lane slug it out all game. I probably would not focus my efforts up there. Just 2 meatballs, let them do meatball stuff and get your carries ahead. Typical top lane stuff, just get ignored. Like the goofy stepchild nobody wanted.
Well, as a middle child who plays top lane, I do know how that feels. It's better that way. We all feel that way.
Yeah.
But then, so mid lane, we talked about how Rook has been piloting the Aurora so far. How does that matchup go into Azir typically?
I'm pretty sure it's Aurora favored because she's way burstier than him, and can just you can fight him a lot better earlier than he can fight you because he needs to scale up. So I've only played it a couple times, but you can pretty much out trade him, especially early when you get the passive procs off. So he can't really especially do anything level 1. You take your Q level 1, all you have to do is auto Q, and you'll just chunk him. So, and you can walk past the soldiers is what I would do. You walk up, try to get those early trades on him if you can, and force him backwards so you can get lane control. Because if she does have that heal, so if you constantly are proccing your passive, you're stacking the extra heals, and you'll end up just coming out of the trades better.
That makes sense. All right, everybody, we are on the Rift for game number 1 of our finals. This is a best of 3. I see a question in the chat. When is March? It is on the exact same date because February is exactly 28 days. So March 15th will be our March tournament. It will be at the same time at 1 p.m. Pacific. And just as a reminder, April has also been announced. That will be April 19th. Remember to go to Battlefy, not start.gg. Get your team signed up, and we will see you there. But not until after these finals go through. First gank. Oh my gosh.
Wow, Xin Zhao just coming in hot off the side there.
Yeah. But
although, I kind of think that Braum and should just go down there and force MF off the wave. It makes Xin Zhao miss more XP, so they're desynced with their levels.
Thought that's what they were doing at first. Valentine was walking close to EJ Crafter, but the other thing we need to pay attention to here is that top lane is indeed getting ganked. Kodo Draco is in some trouble, hit with the root collar, but lands the Idol of Duran to stop the further advance. Twisted advance into Bramble Smash. Kodo Draco does not have flash anymore, but he will make it out alive.
And that's not super terrible. He was actually able to get the lane pushed all the way in, so he's not going to lose a bunch of minions under his tower. It's going to push back to him, so he should be fine from that. He'll get back in time to catch the wave and maybe even freeze it in front of his own tower.
It is always good when you have a play that saves the game for yourself. Free Boss Man Jack going against Grumpy. They get rooted in under the brush. Death forces a flash.
Oh!
Badman Jack goes down. Rook picks that one up. The flashes and re-engages from the teams are strong. Death is really low.
Nice flash.
Away from the spell.
No, he went back!
With the root collar, and Rook takes him down.
No.
2 out of 3 for
that feels so bad.
Silver Smashers.
He walked back and got auto
Another
attacked.
engage here on the top. Bramble Smash does not interrupt the Idol of Durand. Kodo Draco comes out ahead on that trade.
Oh, he was almost there, man. I feel so bad. He turned around and got auto attacked down, and I believe the passive went off for Rook.
The rush from never mind. Engage onto Valentine. Kiroro does exactly what he needs to do, throwing up the Unbreakable, but somehow an auto or two from EJ Crafter goes down. Flash forward, Yoshiji is going to take a turret shot. He will go down. EJ Crafter
Ooh.
also takes a shot. Valentine into the queue. He's got to be careful. Poison is down on the ground trying to do some work.
EJ almost
That's
took
it.
another tower shot there. Was just on the edge of it shooting at him. That would have given Twitch a double kill. Or no, a single
Absolutely.
kill because Braum got the other one.
Ah.
But
Yes.
still, a kill would have been really good. They both get a kill. But turned around just in time. This Galio
Udyr-
matchup seems tough for Maokai, doesn't it?
Because Maokai is such low damage and the magic damage shield from Galio's W is just innate, I think that you're not going to get a whole lot done if you're Mr. X here. Even though going in with a Twisted Advance is the way to go, Kodo Draco just wins out on this trade so far, especially with the Yoshiji here. He decides he's going to die, so he kills the wave. He will go down, but it will get that same bounce principle that we talked about earlier. Death, though, taking quite a bit of damage from that electrocute. Bossman Jack is here. Rook jumping away.
Yeah, I like the way Rook is playing this early, going in and getting those short burst trades and not taking a lot of return damage. It's exactly how you want to play this because your burst is way more than Azir's, especially this early in the game, so you can out-trade him pretty handily.
I think she
Oh,
sees
no.
it. Oh, okay. But now, right here, EJ Crafter is in some trouble. Slowed down by the Twitch. Gets the Winter's Bite into the concussive blows. Valentine gets an easy kill with Kiroro's help.
Yeah, those Twitch invisibilities, you've always got to be like thinking Twitch is around, especially in the bot lane. You don't, you know he left lane, he's coming back. You've got to pretend he's still there. Probably get a pink ward in one of those side bushes just to be
Ryu
sure.
goes in. He's level 6. Bossman Jack is low. They don't have enough health really to fight this. Bossman Jack will get the honey fruit. Now that Valentine has joined, the side of the Silver Smashers has to back up. Azir is here. He's ready to come in. Yoshiji goes in first. Bossman Jack is low, but that's a 1v4. A kill over for free Bossman Jack. Drake taken as well. That's really good news for the side of Team Unknown. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Kodo Draco goes in with the Justice Punch. Idol of Durand will secure a little bit more damage here. Empowered auto attacks are both of these champions' passives. I just realized that.
Yeah,
Another
one of
Justice
them's just
Punch.
a harder punch, and the other one's one that steals your life.
Exactly. Free Bossman Jack is in some trouble here. Grumpy will get the something seed, if I remember right.
Man, like Ivern is beating him up. I would not expect that from Ivern like that. But he's just slapping him with those little auto attacks he does.
I think that full AP Udyr it's a build for sure, and without maxing out that turtle stance, you don't actually get very tanky with that build. So I imagine that's what's going on, is the damage from the Ivern is enough to counteract the lack of defenses from the... Oh, never mind. We're going to talk about EJ Crafter, who takes quite a lot of damage. Death actually goes down on the dive. And now Valentine is caught. Rook is there. Flash over for Valentine. He is invisible. Kiroro and Bossman Jack are there. Are they going to get the stun? They get the concussive blows onto Rookyuu, who is still looking for Valentine. He doesn't burn a flash, but he does take quite a lot of damage.
I like how he just turned around and got himself a plate as he exited.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, let me grab this.
Bossman Jack might be in some trouble behind enemy lines in the jungle on the bottom side. He's going to go for the execute, I think. He actually might make it through the jungle, while up on top side, Mr. X and Kodo Draco are continuing to just fight for fight's sake. Kodo Draco is up on mana, he's up on health. Bossman Jack is low on mana as well, hit with the root collar. This Siege Shield is enough to keep Grump close and dealing damage. Low mana, though. Low mana costs, I should say, means Kodo Draco can get up there, flash away, but Grump still gets caught with the ultimate. Rook gets on a killing spree regardless. Grump is super, super low, goes down to death. Death and Kodo Draco now going on to Mr. X. A lot of damage onto the Maokai. The Justice Punch will help secure that one. Rookyu, though, is still very, very strong, very healthy as well. Death wants to run away. He flashes. Yoshiji follows. Death is slowed. He's caught with the wind becomes lightning jump. Yoshiji picks up that kill. And 8-6 now. Silver Smashers ahead.
1K gold lead, exactly, too. A lot of fun little fights going on around this one. I mean, we're getting a decent amount of kills, and the fights are pretty fun. Like you can see, everyone kind of thinking of what they're doing in the fights, trying to hide in a bush, try to dodge these abilities, waiting for the right moment to flash. It's not anyone just like rolling their face on the keyboard.
Right.
Oh man, those trades are so brutal. Watching him or hit a Azir.
That is brutal, as was the bullet time onto Valentine while he was invisible. Just so much damage.
Yeah, luckily it's early enough that you can still, if you're not low health, you can kind of get out of that before you die. But later on in the game, and I think just does so much damage if you step in it too long. I don't know if you've ever been in a game where you think you're out of the bullet time, but it's still barely hitting you, and your health just disappears.
Every time. I understand that it's a concept of understanding where the hitboxes are, but I just don't. Because I get hit with every single bullet time, even when I'm sure that I'm out of the range.
You're in your own fountain, you see MF in bot lane, still getting hit by it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's basically that ridiculous. It's crazy.
Oh, that's awesome.
But 900 gold is the separation between these teams. And the objectives have been completely split. 1 Drake to 3 Grubs. Kills had, I want to say that Team Unknown got the first 3 kills, but I do not properly recall. Death gets a push underneath the turret, and he was already aggroed. He jumps away, though. Death is low. Flash forward from Rook. Takes another turret shot, but it is not enough. He stays alive. Yoshiji is going to be the next target. Valentine has arrived. They take him down. EJ Crafter is going to be the next one. He runs away with the shield from the Ivern. Flash forward to try and get the Braum Q, and it is not enough, but they will invade and take the red buff.
And they came into that jungle just as a force, didn't they? Now that should give them dragon if they want to hit it now, right?
Valentine wants to go in onto. Oh man. EJ Crafter gets that flash away and survives. I think you're right though. The Drake is going to be the priority here for the side of Team Unknown.
I'm not sure if they'll go. Well, it looks like they will, but I was wondering if they would pull back because they didn't immediately go for it. Because they're not all in position to help Udyr with it, but I don't even... They have a ward on it, so they're going to know as soon as it gets started.
Ooh.
Oh, Braum just got
Electrocute.
chunked.
The Electrocute buff, I think, is way stronger than Riot intended, because it's crazy. Yoshiji also is crazy, going in onto Kiroro with the bullet time not being blocked by the door. Big play for the side of the Silver Smashers. Valentine gets a kill onto Yoshiji. Now Rookyu is in a 1v2 situation. Blue team has secured the Drake. Silver Smashers get that one, meaning that they are at 2 out of 3 for the feats in terms of the objectives. Another noodle fight up here. Mr. X versus Kodo Draco. It's going just about as evenly as it has gone the entire game, but this time Void Mites are involved.
I don't think the Void Mites liked him taking that ward.
Yoshiji is here. Kodo Draco flashes, but it was very early. The ultimate goes in from Mr. X. Idol of Durand will not save him. Up on the top side, Grump is caught by Kiroro and free Bossman Jack. They get the stun with the concussive blows, but they don't deal a lot of damage between the two of them. Rookyu is legendary as he kills Death in the mid lane. Bossman Jack is caught. Bossman Jack is killed. Grumpy gets quite a lead going here on the Ivern.
And this should secure them to Grubs. This is the only objective up right now. No one is up on the map to even stop it, so easy grab for the Grubs. It's going to give them a lot more pushing power, which they'll probably need with this team. I mean, MF's the only one that really kills towers. I mean, Zenzel does pretty well, but being support, I don't know if he'll they'll have the items or damage, but this will definitely help them be able to shove down these lanes and take these towers as the game goes on.
Yeah, I had to fight a support Vi the other night.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, let's ignore that and let's talk about Electrocute right now because oh my gosh, why is that legal?
You don't like the Electrocute buff?
I didn't say that. I asked why it's legal.
Um,
Those are two very different questions.
do you want the smart aleck response? Or
Sure.
well, you see, nobody in the government went and put up a bill to have it passed to make it
Oh,
illegal. So there you go.
got you. But huge amounts of damage. Death might be in some trouble. Okay, he dodges out the W, which is the... I'm pretty sure he could have died there.
Yeah, look at the 10 Magi stacks. Pretty much 2 items over him. He's got not even full boots, almost his first item, and down by 2 levels. So yeah, probably would have almost killed him. A full combo probably would have killed him, being down 2 levels like that and item wise.
14-8, the side of Silver Smashers ahead. 1 kill a minute already for just Silver Smashers means that this game is probably going to give us the Ruinous Otacon. Bossman Jack, again, going with the ability power means that he has no turtle stance and he has no resistances. The shield does come up. Rook is going to be in the front lines, able to jump away and stay safe. Grumpy wants to re-engage, gets a level up, and wants to get that root collar down because Yoshiji is here on the bottom side with Crafter, and they get the drop onto the Udyr, but Kiroa says, I am unstoppable. They block it. Next up, the ultimate onto Yoshiji will knock him up, damage onto EJ Crafter, but that is the redemption. It does heal, but it is not enough to save him. Death has joined this fight. Mr. X and Yoshiji are in the front lines. They're going after Jack again, and Croto Draco on the top side. As of now, it is a 1-for-1, and Silver Smashers are retreating, going down into the river. I think that's the end of the fight.
I don't know. This is, you know what happens with, you think it's over in these games. They just tend to start right up again, but I think you actually might be right this time. Everyone's going to take a moment to go back and regroup. I think this is exactly how Silver Smashers wants to be. They want to be ahead like this with how well Team Unknown scales, but they need to keep pushing this lead. You cannot, don't try not to give Twitch any more kills because he has a decent amount of kills right now. You definitely don't want to give anything to Azir because if you have both of these champions together with their team able to just sit and throw damage out, you're going to die later on in the game. So I think they really need to make sure they keep pushing this game further ahead. They're only 3,000 or 4,000 ahead right now. I don't think it's big enough if this game goes late too much later. They really need to get the rest of these objectives, get the dragon stacking even more, and keep these carries down. They're doing really well at stopping Azir, but they need to make sure Twitch isn't getting more kills too.
Absolutely. And with that collector plus a BF sword, I think going into the Infinity Edge that early, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, they are. It will be. Next patch it'll be 150 less gold or 250. I don't remember what it is, but that'll be a nice for that. Although they are taking damage off Infinity Edge.
Here comes the next fight. Daisy is going to be killed early, as will be Grumpy. Valentine gets that one, but Rook is legendary as he takes down Valentine. Kirobo jumps over with the Blast Cone, and Team Unknown have to retreat. The Drake is available, but Smite on the side of Free Bossman Jack means that Team Unknown should be comfortable enough to come and contest this.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do about this. Aurora's still alive. Azir's in the mid farming. He doesn't have enough damage right now to really get through that team and kill anybody. So I think it's definitely best to back off and just let him have this dragon. It's only 2 dragons. You're not at this point too worried about Soul. There's no reason to throw any more gold back at them. Or maybe there is.
He
I did
went
not.
in.
I was not
He went
watching
in?
when he came out. I don't know what happened with Kodo Draco. Why he went in there? I don't. I'm not really sure why that play was made, but yeah, that is not what you wanted at this point in time. And
Definitely
even
not.
even Xin Zhao's scary at this point, where he has a full item.
And that's
5
what's
kills.
extra terrifying is the speed with which he was able to do exactly that. And the state of the game is getting really, really hard for Team Unknown to stay in it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how well Valentine was doing there. You know, he got a kill. He was getting off a whole bunch of auto attacks, but as soon as Aurora came in and comboed him, he just disappeared. And that's what's going to make this so hard is the carries. Like, if they get close, they're opening themselves up to be damaged, and they don't have enough damage or tankiness at this point in time to save them.
That might be a good fight for Team Unknown. He gets the contaminate. He gets the kill, in fact. Valentine may go down, but do they have the edge here? Yoshiji is in a 1v3. And never mind, Rook is on the backside, throws down his ultimate, and the damage is everywhere. Team Unknown is routed. They are caught, and they are killed 4 for 1 trade in favor of the Silver Smashers.
Yeah, it looked like a good fight at the start, but I think they went after it a little too much, and it allowed the re-initiation, or re-engage, I should say, onto them, and the damage coming from Aurora just melted the entire team.
The damage coming from everyone. Yoshiji dove that turret with no hesitation. They take that one down. They get another kill. That's the ace. Mid inner turret is down, and Silver Smashers are smashing this game.
Yes, they are. Twitch got another kill. I mean, he's on a 2-item power spike right now. If they can just slow this game down a little bit and let Azir come back, or just get Twitch even more fed. But he's got to stay alive in these fights. If he can stay alive past the first initiation of these fights, like, he can do a lot. But he's just getting blown up as soon as he gets a kill or gets close enough.
Death might be caught here. Crafter is on his way. Deals quite a lot of damage with these 2 items, but the shifting sands means that he can get away, and Death stays alive on the bottom side.
Udir's starting to get into some tanky items now, so he's still gonna be squishy for a while.
He finds Crafter. Valentine is here as well, and that was some poor pathing. Valentine still in this game, getting kills and getting gold.
Yeah, this is definitely where the money needs to be going.
Another fight up on the top side. Otacon has been started by the Silver Smashers. They have 4 members. Their only one not there is MF because she died. But objective bounty claimed on the bottom side. Death will take that turret, and the threat of collapse, I think, is enough to dissuade Silver Smashers from continuing the Otacon take.
Yeah, I think the threat of
Hello.
Twitch.
Bossman Jack goes in. He didn't realize it was a 1v3. It was Blast Cone into Blast Cone, and he's caught inside the blue pit instead of going into the river. That was tragic for Bossman Jack.
Yeah, that might just... No, they're going to collapse on mid. I was thinking they might collapse on the Otacon right now, but with Udyr being down, it should be... As long as they can keep Twitch away, it should be fairly free. Yeah, they're going to go back and collapse on it now, and it should be free for them. They shouldn't have anyone bothering for it.
Aurora is terrifying. 14-0, meaning all of that farm, all those kills, all that gold. 4 completed items here for the Aurora is crazy. Yoshiji, as a support, like you said, with that 1 item, doing quite a lot of work there, winning the trade against Kodo Draco. And meanwhile, his team takes a turret, and they get to continue engaging and just doing whatever they want. The amount of pressure out of the Silver Smashers is just insane.
Did you see the damage that Maokai just put on his ear with 1 Bramble Smash? I believe it took a third of his health. And all he did was Bramble Smash him.
Maokai has, when you level up that Q, it does end up doing a lot, but also doing a lot is the bullet time and the rest of the Silver Smashers. Rook is still legendary, 15-0, playing incredibly well on this Aurora.
Yeah, he's been putting on a masterclass this game. Just everywhere around the map. Look, a lot of kill participation, 15 kills, 3 assists. You know, everywhere his team needs him, he's getting these engages with the ultimate or following up. Oh, well, yeah, you're not tanky enough for Twitch.
Is anyone ever really tanky enough for Twitch? Let's be real here.
Not when he has
Yoshiji might
this
be
reveal.
if he uses his crescent sweep. Valentine is there. They get the knock-up. That's more gold over to Valentine. And Team Unknown are still in this game.
Yeah, I think you can let this dragon go as well. You're not really going to contest it. Aurora's going to nuke your entire team with that ultimate and then put all that damage across the team. And even if she doesn't kill anybody right away, it's going to chunk everyone super hard. So I don't know if you go for this.
Well, they're doing it with the numbers advantage, with Xin Zhao and Maokai both gone, and
It's-
knowledge of where the rest of the Silver Smashers are. They're going. Rook might get caught. He is indeed taunted. Do they have the damage going in onto Grumpy? Bossman Jack is pulled back. Crafter gets the kill. A nice Emperor's Divide to try and do something here. Crafter gets hit by it, but the rest of Team Unknown are just pushed right outside of the fight. Grumpy gets the kill onto Kiroro, and they don't have the damage to do anything to the Silver Smashers.
Yeah, Twitch wasn't even there when they started that, and then I don't think he could get to the position he actually wanted to be. No, he didn't know that Rook was there!
Oh, flash forward, and Rook probably at 17 kills now. I haven't been keeping track since we last saw 15, but huge. And that's still, again, 27 kills in 25 minutes. Silver Smashers are smashing.
Oh man, that feels bad. He did not know that Rook was there, gets killed again, just feeding more money into Rook. Oh, that Magi's is stacked. It has been stacked at 25 for I don't know how long now, but I'm assuming we'll see an Infinity Edge, not Infinity Edge. Yes, we'll see an Infinity Edge on a Rook.
Death cap.
We'll see a death cap here real soon. And if you get a death cap and a fully stacked Magi's, that is a ridiculous amount of AP.
Absolutely. Yoshiji is here with Mr. X. They find Kodo Draco. They snare him up. They knock him up. They got some damage, knock him back. And they're keeping on going, and Kodo Draco has nothing to do here. Now Bossman Jack in a 1v2. Daisy shows up. Valentine is here as well, dealing quite a lot of damage. Kiroro throws up the door. Everyone is still alive from the side of Team Unknown, but Kiroro is really close. Throws down the ultimate, but it's not enough as Rook takes him down as well.
Oh
Valentine
no!
is the next target. Yoshiji found him. He has no lifesteal, and even if he did, he didn't get a chance to auto attack. That's still more kills on the side of the Silver Smashers. They have the grubs. They have the team. They're going for the turret. They're going for the inhibitor. I think they might be able to win right here.
Azir needs to stay alive. If he dies here, it's definitely over. If he can stay alive and try to like shuffle everything back or just kill the wave, they'll be okay.
He is still alive right now. Kiroro is there. They get the knockback, but it pulls everyone out of Galio's ultimate. The Nexus is exposed. Death goes down. Never mind, he flashes away. It was really close. Yoshiji is very low, but on the side, Crafter is taking out the Nexus. Yoshiji goes down. They kill the members of the Silver Smashers, but not quick enough. And no, they saved it! The Nexus
What?
is still alive!
Oh my god!
With 116 health!
I can't believe that. I'm pretty sure a minion was slacking there thinking the game was over. I'm pretty sure one minion auto attack would have killed that. There had to have been a minion who was taking a coffee break.
Absolutely. And the audacity of that minion to do so right in front of Team Unknown and their base and you know, when the boss was looking, Silver Smashers were right there as well. They need to burn this down real quick. Once Azir is here, watch how Baron's health goes down. They have to get this done before Grumpy makes it up to the pit.
Yeah, they should have it. Oh my. They better
And
get
that-
out of there now, though.
So, everyone in your solo queue games, this is why you fight until the end, because you never know. Look at how much that Nexus has healed.
Yeah, and now you have the respawning turrets.
True. So
You
in
can't
the
just
next,
backdoor once it respawns.
yeah, it's 3 minutes from the time they go down. So we've got about 2 minutes left before they do come back up. Otacon is now the target.
Oh,
and
you
Silver
stand
Smashers
close
are doing
to him.
quite a lot of work on that.
No, see, this
Grumpy?
is the Otacon you stand next to. The other one is the one you stand away from.
So, how's that?
One of them does an AoE. Oh,
Oh, never mind.
No.
Valentine is instantly killed. Death will get his ultimate to save his own life. Kodo Draco has shown up. Mr. X will be the next target because Rook has already made it out of the fight. Never mind. He came back in. He has a shield. He's still alive. Bullet Time will keep the rest of Team Unknown out of the fight. Kiroro is the next target. He will die. Double kill for the Misfortune, and that was it. The back has, or rather the teleport for Kodo Draco is there, but he is 1 versus 5. And that is going to be it. The Silver Smashers taking game number 1 of our finals.
man, I don't know what Rook's final numbers were on kills. I wanted to see.
High. They were high.
Yes,
And I
that was-
think that's good enough.
That's one of those dream games, right? The next game you ban that champion.
Hmm.
You're just like, I'm not playing against that champion ever again. It becomes
No,
your permaban.
probably not. All right,
I don't-
everybody. Go ahead, Proton.
I was gonna say, I don't think we'll see Aurora in the next game, or if there's a game after, we won't see Aurora again.
Probably not. Very, very strong. Well done to them. Congrats to the Silver Smashers. But is it a full congratulations? We'll find out when game number 2 comes back after this.
will crumble under all of my force will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Progenitor League Circuit February tournament. Thank you for your patience. I am Juhadre back here, but oh my gosh, who is this? This is T-Van.
Oh, hey, what up, guys?
T-Van, welcome. Have you
Thank
been
you.
able to catch much of the tournament?
I got to watch part of the last game. I got to watch the Aurora just completely destroy the Rift.
Yes.
And I got to listen to the early game of it while I was driving home. So I got to see a little bit. I got to see some of the chaos that's been happening so far.
Wonderful. Are you ready for a game number 2?
Oh, you know I am. I'm always ready for a game number 2.
You're always ready for game number 2.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
when game number 3 is on the way, you're ready for game number 2.
Oh, yeah. I'm really hoping for a game number 3. Not to like bias against Team Unknown, but like, I want some more League of Legends. I don't want to just cast one game.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. This is going to be Team Unknown versus the Silver Smashers. We just finished game number 1, where Silver Smashers came out very far ahead, and it was quite an impressive showing from Rikyu on the Aurora, and the pressure that he was able to put around the map with the help of the Ivern and the Wandering Xin Zhao support. That was just, that's right there is what the elite support concept is. It's anything that's not traditional support, is you wander around and help people get kills, and it was amazing to watch.
Yeah, I was when I first tuned in, my eyes went to the Ivern Aurora Xin Zhao 3-man core, and it was quite interesting to see, because I was like, okay, Aurora and Ivern don't really work well with each other. They have very different identities, but then Xin Zhao support, I was like, okay, at first I want to hate it, but like, I can see the vision. They're cooking a little bit. So yeah, and similar to what you're saying, these kind of off-meta supports that are happening, you know, Elise support, even LeBlanc support, Silas support, Camille support, rest in peace, and now Xin Zhao support. I mean, why not? Let's throw Xin Zhao in there and let's see what happens, I guess.
And the first adaptation in the draft is Aurora has been banned. I think that was wise. Proden called that one out, and that it was a good choice.
Yeah, I mean, really high proud mid laner in any region, as well as now PLC. Especially if you're in a best of 3 like this, your back is against the wall, you might as well just take it off the board, so you don't even have to think about dealing with it. You don't want to risk, oh, I have a counter pick, but if it doesn't work, then you're screwed.
Absolutely. Victor is the lock-in here. That was banned in the first game. And Victor is very strong, but I think he has a little bit more counterplay than Aurora does, just by nature of his immobility, I would say.
Yeah, and his skirmishing potential, I would say, is also a little bit more lacking than Aurora's skirmishing. You know, Aurora likes to fight early on. Victor wants to kind of sit back, scale a little bit, take a little bit more time, and like you said, has a lot less mobility, so can be caught out a lot easier, especially if you're going to lock in a support, or excuse me, a jungler like Maokai, where once Victor's flashes down, Maokai just has full reign over mid.
And the answer for the mid lane is the Veigar. I actually don't hate this, because you have similar tools as the Victor. They're not as big of a range as the Arcane Storm anymore. Sorry, my brain got fried during the break. It's not as wide ranged as the Arcane Storm is. However, you have the potential for much higher burst damage on the Veigar and the ability to zone with that event horizon. So I like the pick. I think that's going to look pretty good.
Yeah, I like it too, and it matches the scaling that Victor brings to the table. My only worry right now is showing it off so early. If Silver Smashers decides to go for a longer range comp, Veigar is going to really struggle. That's something that his identity always struggles with, is if he's not facing 2 or 3 melees, he's not going to have a good time. Especially when there's prevalent champions right now like Varus that is on the board that could be playing poke. We are going to be seeing the Ashe and the Wukong locked in, which are also 2 champions that Veigar really struggles to play against. Sure, you have the cage to play around against Wukong, but Wukong can really dance around that cage and not have to worry about it so much. So I am feeling a little bit worried for Death right now.
I concur, but I still like the pick, and Death has proven himself to be wise about his spell placements on most of these mages, and especially with the lockdown that can come from a Maokai and the damage that Valentine was able to do last time on the Twitch. I think this is coming together pretty nicely.
Yeah, the Twitch lock-in against Ashe and Wukong is really curious for me. I feel like I would not really want to play Twitch into Victor Wukong personally, but I do see the potential of really taking your time and waiting for Wukong to start going onto Veigar, or even being engaged on, like you're saying, with the Maokai, and then he gets a lot of space with the Maokai and the event horizon from Veigar. And Twitch is just really strong right now with the Axiom rune that is actually allowing his ult to do a lot more damage. And in the next patch is getting that interaction is going to be changed. I do see the Lulu, Yuumi, and Milio all banned out to take away those pairings from Twitch. So I'm curious to see what kind of sauce Kiroro has for this Twitch today.
Okay. What else I'm interested in is I think the Maokai's ultimate very very strong. They took away the Mel and they took away the Braum. I wonder if there is another answer on the side of the Silver Smashers that they want to put in to this particular composition to try and stop that engage tool. But even if they manage to do that, what is it going to do to the Amumu? We talked about Amumu earlier today as well with his 2 stacks of the bandage toss into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. I think that that's going to look really good. This is a curious lock-in to me. EJ Crafter played the Viego in the first 2 games and did really well with it, but now that Grumpy is in for the jungle role, I don't know. It's just fun to speculate, but I think that there's a really good answer here for Team Unknown if they want to pick it.
Yeah, I feel like I'm sorry, I'm really lost about where Silver Smashers champions are going, of who's support and who's
All
top
day.
lane.
All day.
And same thing with Team Unknown. They have a lot of flexes here, but like we see all the champions of Silver Smashers, and I have no idea where they're going. And it's Silas.
That's the one I was thinking.
Silas and the Malphite. I do love that interaction, but it could be
Earlier-
Malphite support.
Regardless, you have it and you get the
Right.
extra scaling on it. So what was it? Admin at the top of the day said it is the strongest counter in the game. If you have Malphite, which has a spell that has such high AP scaling, and then you add Silas's bonus from his own ultimate and his ability power, it's just ridiculous how heavy that's going to hit. And you can also steal the Storm, the Heartbreaker, and the Cyclone. All of these are great spells for Kodo Draco to take and use against the side of the Silver Smashers. I think that really changed my opinion on where this composition was going.
Yeah, I will say though, as much as I do like Silas into Malphite in the vacuum, you do have to look at the team comps themselves. What does Silas really bring to the table that can help his team, right? In my opinion, Team Unknown really needs to defend Vigar and Twitch because that's their main damage. Sure, they have Silas and Amumu in there, but if they need to get through this Malphite, that's kind of what they need. I was looking for a top laner that can maybe be more of a meat shield paired with the Amumu and Maokai engage to maybe bolster up their line a little bit to keep Twitch and Vigar safe. Silas can do that a little bit. He has a lot of peeling potential with Malphite ult and Wukong ult, but at the end of the day, it's still Silas. This guy's really squishy. He can get one shot by Viego, Victor, Ashe easily. This Wukong support is really throwing me for a loop right now. And I know that we had Xin Zhao support last time, and so we're just playing the junglers in support. So I don't really know what he's going to bring to the table, because Wukong we usually see in the jungle role as someone that kind of wants to full clear a little bit, take his time, get Triforce first item, and then start to play the map. But with support, you're going to be really low economy, so is he just going to try to beat up Maokai? I don't think he really can in this lane.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't really have gank potential unless you're just like WEing somebody until like level 6. So I'm curious to see how that starts to unfold as well.
I think it'll look similar to how the Xin Zhao looked. You rush the Divine Sunderer was his...
Sundered
Is that
Sky.
what it's called now?
Sundered Sky.
Thunder Sky, that's the one. Yeah, see,
I always forget
I was
what
looking.
it's called.
I was looking over the old items last
Yeah.
night just because the wiki is up, and I was like, "Oh
Rest
man,
in
that's
peace.
really cool." And the Ornn upgraded one is called Deicide, and I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah.
that's quite the name." And so for some reason, my brain just would not remember the Sundered Sky. But yeah, you get that, and I think that his pattern is going to be similar to how the Xin Zhao was played and how the jungle is already played, right? That WE combo, like you talked about, invisible into the extra range and slamming on that Q. I think it's going to look pretty good. I just wonder if maybe if Team Unknown will be able to answer on a lane while the roams are happening better this game.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that Wukong does have a decent amount of burst damage, but I just don't think it's as flashy and as strong as Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's early damage is really big, and Wukong's early damage isn't that great. He wants extended fights, which is not really what a ganking jungler or ganking support wants to have. You know, you look at Pyke, who is kind of that ganking support, that roaming assassin, and he just has all that damage out in a second. Wukong, you kind of want to like stack up your conquer, you want to stack up your passive and keep fights going, which could be good in early grub contests, early dragon contests. but I don't think it's going to be as effective as something like Xin Zhao for burst damage. But like you said, could be good to cover something like a Victor and make sure that he's able to farm well, because I do think Victor's going to destroy the red side comp.
Especially with the range that he's going to be able to get. He has the AoE stun with the gravity field and the long range with the arcane storm. I do think you have a point there. So how do you predict? Is this going to be it, or are we going to get game 3?
Oh, it's so hard because there's so many like question marks in my head, right? Like I really do think that like in a vacuum, there's not a lot of threat to the backline of Silver Stompers, right? Victor should be able to play this lane pretty safe. He's got the front line of Wukong, Viego, Malphite. Like those are champions you can't just walk by, and has Ashe in an instant contest.
Trouble.
But look at the response from red side.
The full 5v5 here, level 1. They get some ability power. Yoshiji wants to go in. Mr. X on the front line. Kiroro's taking a huge amount of damage. Remember, he's the tank. Bossman Jack will throw the bandage toss to try and dissuade the fight. A has to flash. No turret shots have been taken, but Team Unknown have 3 members that are too low to continue doing anything here.
I mean, Team Unknown does have a decent level 1 with Sylas and with Twitch and his Q, but the rest of his team can't really provide that much. Vigar level 1 is not really anything, and Amumu can't take Q level 1, or else his clear is absolutely brutal, right? Silver Scrapers Stompers, excuse me, doing a great job of just punishing early, playing with their Ashe level 1. Getting a Mumu flash is pretty big. Obviously, they would probably want any other flash to be able to gank on top of, but we'll take it. Oh my god.
Here it is again. Yoshiji doing exactly what he did last game, just hanging out in the mid lane where you know you need to have those extra points of pressure. But on the bottom side, this is what we needed to see. We need to see them push on the side of Team Unknown and take advantage of this 1v2 situation.
Yeah, it feels criminal that Ashe was able to get those 3 melees. Didn't even punish the Wukong roam at all. I feel like they should be playing just like in front of the wave, not letting Ashe do anything. But, you know, neither here nor there. Just an easy little chunk towards Vigar. But this top lane matchup actually is a little bit difficult for Sylas in the early levels because of the Q poke. He has to trade in, but speaking of trading, look at bot.
Level 2 achieved by the Silver Smashers and just finally answered on the side of Team Unknown. And this is what we were talking about. Even though it's not as flashy as Xin Zhao, the Wukong is just doing huge amounts of work. But Mr. X taking a trade against Kodo Draco right now, and it's close, but Kodo Draco has the option of sustain using Conqueror and the Kingslayer.
Yeah, but Malphite can use Q poke and still has the passive to play around. So it's honestly not as criminal as you'd think. Like, the way that Sylas wins this lane is just heavy trading. So as Malphite keeps the lane towards himself, it's pretty easy. But Wukong, speaking of keeping...
Bossman Jack is ignited. Kodo Draco is here. They know that they can't stay because the ignite is down. Yoshiji wants to continue trading. Mr. X flashes forward. He flashes as well. And first blood over to the Silver Smashers. And that's 2 kills here at the top of the river.
Yoshi is just invading or defending his own jungle by himself while his jungler is taking the whole bot side of Amumu. Free Bossman is now just completely homeless. He's missed a lot of camps, was able to maybe pick up the blue, but he's only taken 3 camps to Viego's near full clear to play with.
Death is in some trouble, gets the stun onto Grumpy and is able to flash out, but that's the 4th flash that has been burned on the side of Team Unknown in the first 4 minutes.
That's just going to be easy pickings for the rest of the team. If they're just going to allow Wukong to keep just going wherever he wants, he's going to have some easy fights to take, especially, again, we have to think about the rest of his comp. The early fighting of Viego, Ashe, Malphite, these champions support Wukong so easily that he can kind of take whatever fight he wants, and they're going to end up well. They're all stat check champions and have a lot of early base damage. Sure, Malphite will lack in damage later, but he's feeling quite good right now.
Shiji is caught here. Bandage toss will hit the clone. Exhaust is in to try and catch him. The second bandage toss is in. Valentine is laying down the damage. Yoshiji wants to go in to try and get something done, but it is not enough. Valentine picks up the kill, and they are on the board.
huge kill, especially going towards the Twitch. I feel like Twitch is the win condition at this point for Team Unknown. He's the only AD champion for them as well. Malphite's forcing to build MR due to... Ooh, we didn't see that missed cannon. All good. But if Twitch can get some early kills, he's going to be able to take over this map, right? He can just one-shot Ashe in isolation, one-shot Victor on roams as well, and they're going to dive Ashe as we speak.
KotoDraco might be in some trouble. He is in a 1v2. He sees Grumpy on the way. The dive on bottom is underway, and somehow Bossman Jack actually goes down because of it. Yoshiji and Crafter are able to stave off the dive and get a kill back.
Yeah, I don't think they realized how fast Wukong could be out of base. Still getting used to the new home guards with the new season, and I wish I could see what happened there. See, I saw Kyoro mess up a flash, but I think as soon as they went on Ashe, maybe missed a couple of bandage tosses, Wukong was there to fend them off. And like we've said before, Wukong is still a bruiser, right? He still has that early damage, and he's going to make dives like that pretty difficult.
Right, and especially with his passive, guaranteeing him that extra resistance every single time he's around an enemy champion. The more champions you take to dive, the harder it's going to be to kill him. But bandage toss onto Yoshiji. He's just taking a ward, another bandage toss to keep the damage in. Yoshiji is still under fire. Gets caught in the event horizon. Bossman Jack doesn't have a stack. Valentine forces the flash out of Rook Q. Grumpy is here as well. Kiroro joins the fray, but that's just a free kill for Team Unknown.
And that's going to be a free dragon for them as well. But I want to look at the gold. Amumu should be completely out of this game from what happened early in the jungle with him getting punished topside. But he's actually only down 60 gold against Viego, who has a full half clear up on him. Completely insane that he's able to live, and it's because Silver Stompers are just giving them free kills.
Mr. X taking big trades on KotoDraco. That Kingslayer really turned that around, and once he hits level 6, he might be able to go back in. But the side of the Silver Smashers do answer the Drake take with a Grub's take of their own. Flash from KotoDraco will keep him alive out of the unstoppable force of the Malphite.
Yeah, the unstoppable force, I believe, was actually dodged by the Sylas E, but, you know, better safe than sorry. Flash away. Malphite's slow is pretty brutal, and if, you know, Wukong gets on top of you, it's pretty difficult, and probably he is in lethal there. But a great read there from Silver Smashers. Okay, we lost bot side. Let's just quickly rotate top, get the trade, and we're just going to keep playing with this Wukong roam.
Shiji goes in once again, proving that tricky use of the W, I think it is. Yeah, use of the W, just getting out of everything possible.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing about him against a champion like Amumu is sure he can block the first bandage toss, but it's always about the second bandage toss that people forget about. Especially now that he's pretty low level. So is Kiroro though. Kiroro is only level 3. His mid laner is 4 levels up against above him at 7 minutes. But it's going to be on Yoshiji again.
GG gets hit with the bandage toss and the twisted advance on the bottom side. Crafter goes really low, pops up the emote because Valentine leaves him at 60 health.
Wow. Twitch had flashed, maybe agreed for one more auto. I don't think he knew what Ashe's timer was. Afraid to be flashed away. But like I said, if you give Twitch one kill and you stay isolated against a champion like Ashe, that's why Twitch is good into Ashe, is because you can just kind of sit and stay in stealth, and Ashe can't really do anything into you. It's similar to Caitlyn or Jinx, right? These are champions that punish these immobile AD carries that can't really fight back. So if you give him a kill and you start to see him get to first item, second item, this Twitch is going to make this Ashe a living hell.
KotoDraco has the hijacked ultimate here, but Mr. X is feeling pretty confident and healthy. Has all that MR, contrary to typical builds from Malphite, but you know, that's what you got to do. You got to play for the lane. KotoDraco wants to go in. Remember, he gets extra healing based on his missing health. And that is all it's going to be.
I just don't see him killing this Malphite at any point. Like you said, he's sitting on a lot of magic resist. Sure, he doesn't have like the sustain compared to Sylas, but Sylas's items are going to be rough. I don't think anyone is going to be able to deal with this Malphite in side lane this whole game. But it's actually going to be looking mid. Kiroro has the roam timer, but isn't choosing to use it just yet, even though he's stuck in the cage.
I think that that's okay, because they might not have the damage. Kiroro's still only level 4, and Death might eventually get the kill with the execute on the Primordial Burst, but is it worth it to spend all of that on it? Instead, Bossman Jack versus Grumpy in the top side of the jungle. We got the roams in. Kodo Draco will try and make it in there. In fact,
Silas.
he uses
Wow.
the ultimate, and that is the combo right there. But they need to be careful because the Silver Smashers are in. In goes the Malphite. Mr. X picks up the kill onto Kodo Draco with the help of Rookyu.
God, I love Malphite Champ so much, man. Just watching a flash unstoppable force is the funniest thing in the world. It's so good, and it's a good punish from Silas. I mean, Grumpy was greedy as hell going for those grubs or Krugs, not knowing, or I mean, he should have known that Silas has first move there. Luckily, he has first mid roam, even though the support of Team Unknown was supporting mid. But you know, Rook doing a good job of roaming up, securing that topside play to happen, and they're going to maintain their gold lead. Sure, it's only 300, but you know, it's these scaling champions. And also, like I said earlier, Malphite is never going to die. He has his mythic item, or his first item, at 10 minutes. This guy's never going to die to Silas. I don't see the solo kill ever happening. And I don't even think a Mumu and Silas can kill this guy. He's going to be unstoppable in the side lane. And Team Unknown has to use their Twitch to be able to maybe put a dent in him.
You said mythic item.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh,
We're talking about
good
Divine
times.
Thunder earlier. It's just
Yeah,
you know.
that's true. We definitely were. All right, Void Grubs are on the map. That will be the second objective for the Feats of Strength on the side of the Silver Smashers if they are able to get it. But Kodo Draco wants to play spoiler. He's up on the top side of the map trying to keep an eye on it. And you have to get all three for it to count for the feat. So an engage here from Kodo Draco. He is low.
Yeah.
Mr. X does take him away, though, using that Rock Shard, saying, you can't do this. Victor roaming up as well means that will be full Krugs over to the side of the Silver Smashers. Kodo Draco in a 1v1 versus Mr. X. He gets
Look
the
at that, man.
proc. Crafter, though, in some trouble, flashes away, cleanses the first bandage toss, hit with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and Valentine is on a killing spree.
It's just a little confusing. Your whole team is playing towards top side. You're the weak side. I mean, I will say Kodo Draco took a good job of, like, kind of playing like a half contest, showing, hey, I mean, the...
Stayed a little bit too long, so Mr. X takes him out with the ultimate.
And like we were saying earlier, sure, Silas in theory can take Malphite ult and then like it's cool and he has the interaction, but I'm being so honest, like it's such a bait matchup. Like there are actually, I think that personally there are a lot worse matchups that you can pick, and also Malphite has a lot of outplayability in the matchup. And what is going about?
Shiji in a 1v3. He does use the first cast of the Cyclone, gets the second one onto Valentine. Flash forward from Grumpy, meaning that free Bossman Jack is going to be the next target. He is taken with the Heartbreaker. Flashes forward to pick up yet another one. Very similar to how first part of the day, and that's 2 kills on the side of the Silver Smashers.
Yeah, and these guys are just gonna be unstoppable. A flash forward from
over
Victor.
the wall. Death in some trouble, but he also has this flash. But now Crafter versus Valentine. Valentine gets the kill, but double that gold goes over to Crafter afterward.
Yeah, but he has the collector, so plus 25 in the pocket of Twitch. Easy dub, easy clap, worth in all chat.
Death in some trouble. Rook doesn't take the turret shot, but does take the Primordial Burst like a champ. A champion in League of Legends.
Oh, interesting that I'm seeing Vigar with Rod of Ages first item. Obviously, you know, Vigar is a great scaler, but he's going to be dealing damage so late into this game. As we saw, if he had any other item, he probably would have just one-shot Victor and still survived. I feel like this Vigar is not going to be doing any damage anytime, especially when he has already a lot of AP around him. And so there's things like this Malphite that's going to be in his face. He's not going to deal any damage to him. He needs early AP and plays with Leandrix.
Valentine is going to cleanse out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and pick himself up yet another kill. That is going to be the extra gold. And it looked like he got an extra 14 on there too, whether that was a minion that died or... You get 25 from the...
From
Triumph,
Collector. Right? And yeah, Triumph is plus 15, potentially. I think it might have been the mini shutdowns. But like we said, you know, it's just, this is going to be a living hell for Ash.
Valentine is ignited.
Yeah.
Yoshiji gets just the one, but Kiroro's there to make sure it doesn't turn into anything else. Does Kodo Draco have the damage to kill Grumpy? He does. The turret does still go down. That's going to be feats of strength over to the side of the Silver Smashers. But Kodo Draco now has the double buffs plus Conqueror proc. Mr. X is doing quite a lot, and the magic resistance is doing huge amounts of work for him. But Kodo Draco gets a Kingslayer. Now Rook Q is here. Kodo is gonna have to fast, I bet. Mr. X on the chase. He makes it out alive and saves the summoner spell.
I mean, just watching Malphite and Silas continually hit this Malphite is the funniest interaction in the world. This guy's probably sitting on 1,000 gold right now. Silas with the Cosmic Drive, so he's able to get a lot of rotations, so this matchup is starting to get easier. But again, we have to remember that, like, it's going to take like 30 seconds literally for Silas to kill this Malphite over time. And by then, he can literally just walk away from Silas. He has no intention to stick around. So I keep bringing it up. I think that the side lanes are going to be a big point of contention for Team Unknown. They need to find a solution to kill this Malphite because he can literally just sit inside and just take all of your turrets, and they don't have any pressure against the siege of Team Unknown. The Silver Smashers can just use their Victor and Wukong to wave clear anything that Team Unknown tries to present them.
I think it's the scaling basket that they've decided to put their eggs, because even though Death did start Rod of Ages, I think that that's to survive the early levels and then relying on stacking to deal that extra damage later on, and maybe a Death cap second or third, probably third item because he's already working on the second, and using that and having the tankiness will be helpful. But Valentine is here. Crafter missed the ultimate, and Valentine picks up yet another kill. Death is going to dodge out the stun from the Chaos Field, but the objective game is on point for Silver Smashers as Rift Herald is in their eyes.
Yeah, I mean, if Team Unknown's basket is going to be scaling, you have to wonder, like, how can they slow the game down? Because Silver Smashers are really accelerating this game. I think the slowdown that they can find is playing through this Twitch. He keeps finding isolated kills towards Ashe, but I think they need to start putting Twitch in other lanes. This Ashe isn't really giving a lot of gold. Sure, keep shutting her down, keep taking her out of the game, but why don't we use those ults on Victor and break open mid, get the mid tower, use it more around Drake, get more of these topside objectives. I don't know if he can kill the Malphite yet, but potentially. I mean, he's almost at his second item here. And I think that once they start to figure that out, then the game starts becoming a lot easier for Team Unknown and give Vigard the space to be able to make those plays happen.
I don't think that this is going to turn into anything. So I'm going to continue on your thought about the Twitch. The Utah Wild Arrows is going to be his next item, and that will help against the Malphite. Getting the extra attack speed plus all the crit chance, layering on that Deadly Venom, I think that will help significantly in that tough situation you have brought up.
Oh, yeah. Twitch is going to do damage, but this Vigor's not. He's going Banshee's Veil second item. This guy is... I just really worry for the damage of Death. He's just not really going to do that much. They're going to be doing a 5-man contest towards the dragon, and Malphite is rotating. He's a little late. Has flash.
Forward into the Twisted Advance means Grumpy is killed instantly. Free Drake at this point for the side of Team Unknown. Yoshiji might look to go in, but no, he blasts cones up toward the middle side. They're trying to get the push underneath the turret, but that's all 5 members of Team Unknown. Kiroro throws out the ultimate to try and get something back. They're caught in the baby cage. They're caught in the Malphite ult, but there is no turret left. They're now onto Rook Q. Is he going to die for the first time in this series? He gets pulled in, and he is still alive, trying to deal the damage onto Death. He makes it out alive. Kodo Draco has the ultimate and does shut down Rook Q.
Dude, Malphite ult is the funniest ability in this game, man. It's so funny.
Kodo Draco in the front lines. Death goes down. Yoshiji is now up against Kodo Draco. Curse of the Sad Mummy from Sad Man Jack will mean that they stop moving for a moment. Yoshiji goes down in this 2v2. Magic resistance is reduced because of a Mumu. Kodo Draco is on the chase. He has the abscond. He has the abduct. They landed on Mr. X, but now Grumpy is back alive from the first kill in this fight. Crafter is caught by a Mumu, but Grumpy gets the kill onto Kodo Draco. They've turned it around. They've got the slow onto Bossman Jack. He gets a shield. Kiroro is there to try and dissuade, but isn't enough. Kiroro gets some slows down, but is going to go down to the Ashe. Crafter takes a turret shot, and yet another Valentine kill on to Crafter. Now, it's 1v2. Grumpy is going to ult away, and Mr. X he has his shield, Does Valentine follow? He finds them in the chicken pit, and he stops the backs. He takes actually a few of those chickens away. That was pretty impressive. And the fight is finally over, by the way, everybody.
I don't even know what part to break down. There's so much that just happened. Silver Smashers too early. Grumpy contesting the Dragon Pit with Malphite still rotating from his base. He just needed to chill for a little bit. He didn't have any prio. His mid laner was still trying to clear the wave. Bot lane was still being pushed in, being afraid of Twitch. Just need to go through something.
Valentine found Rook Q, and maybe this is why they haven't been doing this the whole time. They do manage to pick up the kill. Valentine is invisible, and he makes it out, dodges out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow by the skin of his tail. Kiroro gets the slow from the Bramble Smash, but Mr. X is here, ready to keep fighting. Yoshiji takes that one down. Bossman Jack is spotted with the Scryer's Bloom, and Silver Smashers, even with losing their mid laner, take control of that part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing it slow, but they're doing it correctly if they need to stay grouped. This Malphite, being Thanos like he is, needs to make sure that he's always stacking with the rest of his team. As soon as Valentine, as he's the only only damage on his team, if he's opens up, the reason that I'm worried about this Twitch is Malphite can just ult Twitch at any point, and he doesn't have flash anymore. So he needs to stay with his group, stay with his carries, and as soon as he opens up, like right now, he can just ult him and then one-shot with Viego.
Mr. X does dodge out the rest of the crowd control, and now Yoshiji and the rest of TSS are here. Bossman Jack will get the ultimate, but he will not make it out. Grumpy picks up that kill. Do they continue the dive? Twitch is on the turret. He's trying to get something done here. He's getting collapsed on, but he will go into the invisibility and make it out.
Yeah, but he's getting pinched on by Victor. Is he able to dodge the vision? Looks like he is. Okay, able to get out, but Viego's getting caught towards mid.
Yoshiji is the first target. Mr. X jumps on the Valentine. Arrow is blocked by Kodo Draco, but Yoshiji jumps onto him with the Cyclone. Yoshiji will go down, but the Ignite is on to Valentine. Death is doing what he can. He gets the baby cage down, stops them for now. Primordial Burst has been used, and a kill is in, but it is still TSS who are ahead.
But they're picking up Vygar right now. He's able to pick up Ashe, though? No way, that's illegal. That has to be illegal. That's a big kill to take down Ashe, because that's going to prevent some of their sieging power. But like we saw there earlier, and as I said in the team fight, like Malphite is doing a great job of saving the unstoppable force for as soon as Twitch is going to deal damage. Unfortunately, Silver Smashers wasn't able to lay up off of that and get the early Victor Burst or Viego Heartstopper layered on top, but he was forced out of the fight. And so then he can't deal any damage, and when the rest of your team is just these stat stick champs like Sylas and Mumu, you're not really going to be able to kill anyone, and it allows Rook to just completely take over the team fight. And even EJ Crafter, who, you know, hasn't really been able to be in this game so far, he's still getting a lot of uptime because there's no pressure from Team Unknown to take him away from it.
I just realized that I have been calling Viego's ultimate the wrong name all day. And not one of you in chat corrected me.
Come on,
I'm
chat.
offended.
Guys, you think you know somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
I really
But
do.
you have very good points. The way this is going has a lot of problems when you're looking at it from the side of Team Unknown. And so can they make it work? Can they keep the Veigar alive? Can they get him scaled? Can they keep the Sylas alive? Especially there with the Riftmaker. I think they're on their way to it. Kodo Draco dodges underneath the turret, but then takes the entirety of the Arcane Storm. And this is going to be the first Drake for the Silver Smashers, and wow, it went down really, really quick with Ashe stacking up her passive like that. But I'm proud that Team Unknown decided they didn't need to contest because it's one Drake.
Yeah, I mean, they're at Soul Point. That could have been their soul, but this is Chemtech's soul. This isn't really a soul that's going to win them the game. It's going to be nice for Twitch, actually, to maybe survive the Malphite ult, but with Twitch having no flash, there's no need to fight. That's what I want everyone to be looking at. When does Twitch have flash, and when does Team Unknown decide to fight? Because it has to be when Twitch has flash. The question mark for every team fight, for everyone to watch at this point, can Twitch flash the Malphite ult? If he messes up the flash, the fight's over, Twitch is dead, and then Team Unknown can't really recover, unless some other mechanical error happens. If he does flash it, then it's contestable from Team Unknown and winnable to turn the fight, go front to back with Malphite, and having the Sylas and a Mumu beat up on the Malphite, and then probably winnable for Silver Stompers.
The engage is in. Death almost gets Yoshiji. They catch him on the backside. They don't get the stun and they don't get the fight, but now Crafter is
Watch
on the other
Malphite.
side. Valentine is caught.
Oh
Grumpy
my
is
God.
killed first. Grumpy is in the front. No, sorry, he's already dead, but Rook might be down next. Kodo Draco flashes forward with the cycle and he picks that one up. Bossman Jack goes down next. Death is still alive, but only just. Yoshiji goes down as well. That's a triple kill for Mr. X. The tank Malphite is killing everyone.
Ooh, I mean, they tried to make a punish. They tried to make an engage while Malphite was on Vision topside, but it just didn't happen fast enough. They kept going forward even though their timer was over. Malphite with a beautiful follow-up after a great 3-man, I believe, ult from Yoshiji, and just layered all over it. Sure, Amumu got a great ulti, but what does that matter when the rest of the team is just getting wiped around you as Malphite, unstoppable force in there. And to be honest, that's going to completely break open the map for Silver Stompers. They're able to start playing for Baron now. They're able to contest every mid-wave, and they're on huge spikes. That's going to make Team Unknown really desperate to make something happen.
So we talked during the last game, Proton and I, about how what Otacon spawns is just, it's basically random at this point because we have Voracious, even though we've been fighting the entire game from level 2. People have been fighting, and we have more than almost 2 kills a minute, and yet we're on Voracious. So like, what's the math on that?
I don't know, man. I've been trying to figure it out. LCK always has Voracious, even though they have low killed games. And then my solo queue game, I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense. I'm personally of the opinion to just remove Voracious. It's a balancing nightmare. The other one is a good buff. I like the other buff. Just remove it. That's my personal opinion. But you know,
There we go.
Speaking of opinions, though, I do have the opinion that Valentine is finally back in this game, and he's going to be a huge threat because IE is now finished. Sure, he doesn't have Last Whisper, which I wish he had, but that IE is going to do a lot of damage against Silver Smashers.
Mr. X and Kodo Draco going at it like we've seen the entire game.
He's going to
and
run out of mana before.
Yeah, it's about the same as what it was last time.
Like, he actually is just going to run out of mana before he can drain either of their HPs. Especially with Riftmaker now and Hollow Radiance for Mr. X. Like, they're not going to kill him.
No.
Wait.
No, they are not.
They're committing to top, and Otacon is just freeload for them. They get a blue orb, but Amumu is taking Krugs, and they are not going to get here in time.
I think they might try, but I'm with you. I don't think this is the play. You gotta just let this one go and fight other ways. Actually, Valentine is here. They have the Maokai ultimate. He flashes forward. He gets the kill on to the... No one has died yet. Oh, because it's the Otacon. They've broken 3 of these buffs so far. That actually wasn't so bad, but now Death is the target. Mr. X is in. He also has the false life, and they've only sacrificed 1 and a few ultimates. That actually wasn't so bad. They have just removed 4 of the Otacon buffs for the price of 1 flash.
But that's a huge flash. I don't want to give my Twitch flash away for an Otacon buff. I think he didn't realize there's the GA buff because the way he was flashing forward, like, yeah, you're getting 200 gold, but now Silver Stompers have the option to be able to take over topside if they want to play for Baron, or take over their bot side and contest for the soul point again. I don't think that's a great trade because now this Twitch is going to be really terrified for this next fight. Malphite will have flash up soon, and once this next dragon hits, and so this Twitch, you know, he's the only win con. Sure, Vigar is going to have his Rabadon soon, but even when he has Rabadons, I don't think he's ever dealing damage.
Shiji is the only one with the buff that is alive, and he is a big engage source, so they have to be extra careful. But now Drake has been taken on the side of the Silver Smashers. Kodo Draco gets the Cyclone, but they're not in a position to really engage. Now, yeah, up in the top side, Mr. X wants to play spoiler to Team Unknown's fun. He's going to get some ward. They're pushing Vision out, and you've been talking about how strong this Malphite is. He is single-handedly pushing these guys out.
Yeah, I mean, what can they do to him? He has 300 armor, 250 MR, 4,000 HP. Yeah, man, you're going to touch them for sure. He has Jack Show, too. Like, he can literally do whatever he wants, and Team Unknown doesn't have any penetration. Twitch isn't building Last Whisper. There's no Void Staff from any of the carries, the AP carries. Sure, Mumu does a little bit of shred, but that's just not enough.
Do we have the steal? We do not. Yoshiji wants to go in. Kodo Draco is on the front lines. He also has a Cyclone. They're trying to get onto Death. They're trying to actually find the Twitch. Kodo Draco in the front line gets out, goes in with the Kingslayer. They get kills trading back and forth, but Twitch is on the back side. Mr. X is going to jump on him. Does he have enough? Rook gets the kill on the Bossman Jack, but now Valentine is caught right in front of Mr. X. He's able to make it out alive with probably 15 health, I want to say. Death is going to be the next target. He flashes away, throws down the baby cage to keep himself alive. And that's crazy. 13 health is what production told me Valentine had in terms of HP.
I mean, and that's probably the best case scenario for Team Unknown. They're playing in a choke. Twitch got a lot of uptime. I think got a majority of his Rat-a-tat-tat off before US Malphite ulted. Like, that was best case scenario, and it's still not great. It was a 3 for 2, and Silver Smashers got Baron. They're still able to play with the buff on key members like Mr. X. Mr. X can now go with this push that Crafter has gotten bot side and just take over this bot tier 2, and then they can start sieging inhibitors. Again, Team Unknown they're fighting well, they're finding opportunities, but it's just not enough, and they're running out of time. This Victor is becoming huge.
Well, Crafter is dead. Valentine doing what Valentine does to Crafter. Yoshiji wants to go in onto Bossman Jack. He dodges out the stun from the Viego. Death gonna throw down the baby cage. Yoshiji is caught inside of it, but no damage comes in. He gets the Cyclone. Valentine is gonna be the target. They knock him back. They get the kill. Valentine's on a rampage. They stunned Rook. They get that kill too. Grumpy's gonna be the target. He flashes forward to get the bandage toss, but now he's caught as the Twitch. They have the crowd control. Grumpy goes back in. Kiroro almost gets the kill, but now it's Kodo Draco versus Grumpy, and Kodo Draco has a lot of sustain, but so does Grumpy. And Kodo Draco goes in. He gets the chain lash. He gets the abscond, the abduct. He has the Kingslayer, and he gets the shutdown, and that is what you call the actual best case scenario. Mr. X are pushing on the bottom side, though.
Yeah, the whole time Mr. X had TP, by the way. He's watching his whole team just die. He's now going to ultimate the Sylas and never kill him, I don't think.
Kodo Draco is low, gets some health from the Kingslayer, but that turret is down. 400 gold to the side of Mr. X, and he can do, like you said, whatever he wants. Yeah. There is nothing that Kodo Draco can do to this guy right now.
And Jahadre, we said before, like, Team Unknown, even if they're in the best case scenario, they're still not able to get anything under their feet. They punished a very massive mistake of Silver Smashers, of them skipping steps, making sure that they're hovering the Ashe as he collects mid waves, being careful of Twitch popping out. But they skipped that step, and they got a great team fight, but then they just didn't shut down the Viego. He was able to somehow win a 1v3 with a Chaos Storm dealing a little bit of damage. But again, like you said, it's still not enough. Down 11k for them now.
Yoshiji is the target. The Cyclone is out, but it's not enough. Valentine picks up that kill, but they need to be careful. Curse of the Sad Mummy is down, and he's hit with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They are going to re-engage with the Bramble Forest. Now, Bossman Jack goes on to Mr. X. They have crowd control here. Crafter is the target. Kodo Draco goes on to him. Bossman Jack is in as well, but in goes Grumpy. He's already taken one. Victor on the backside. Look at the Chaos Storm. It's massive. Death is taking damage as that's going. Primordial Burst will pick him up a kill. Valentine is invisible, but does he have pressure to go in?
Malphite still has ult
but
this whole
Grumpy,
time.
Grumpy is here. He used his ultimate early. Valentine has the Guardian Angel and is playing decently well, but now he has to deal with Mr. X. Flash forward to get the Seismic Shard, and Mr. X is going to pop that Guardian Angel with the help of Crafter. Crafter is low. Can Valentine make this any closer? He's caught in vision. Grumpy's on the way. He dodges down. He's out of vision range. And will he make it out?
Oh my god, no way he gets out. Again. He gets away with murder again. But Team Unknown is not playing around him very well. That team fight, they just kept going forward and kept taking damage from Viego poke. Sure, it was a 4v5, but to be honest, is this Wukong even useful at this point? He's kind of just disruption in team fight. Valentine needs to play through stealth, needs to play from different angles while they play on the... If I were to use a football analogy, as the Super Bowl was earlier,
Mhm.
I feel like Twitch is like the wide receiver that's playing off the line, while the rest of the team unknown is playing on that line of scrimmage. Just play off the line, allow Maokai ult and a Mumu ult start to pressure them in the center, and then you can play from a different angle and let that Runans and the Rat-a-tat-tat really spread on them, right? But they're playing in one line, overextending, and kind of forcing Twitch in a really awkward spot where he had 0 uptime that whole fight.
The play has to be, like you described, and waiting for death. As this game keeps going on, it's 12,000 gold in favor of TSS, but they're still winning fight, or they're not really losing fights. They're losing them, yes, but it's not by the margin that you would think 12,000 gold would be.
Yeah, but I don't even know if it's a gold thing or a comp thing. It's just they're skipping steps. Like we've said before, they just keep getting caught out by Twitch. If they're able to just play as a 5-stack, have Malphite sit on top of their carries, unlike what we're seeing right now, and just play objectives, play together, there's nothing that's going to stop them. Valentine still doesn't have flash, and he's going to get Ash ulted, force the cleanse, and Maokai ult's coming in.
Root onto Crafter. He is going to go down very
Malphite
quickly,
TP.
but now Valentine gets hit with the Maokai, or Malphite rather. Maokai, Malphite, they're the same. And Yoshiji is cycloning again. Kodo Draco has his own version of it, but he goes down. Death is the only member alive, and this is going to be the ace. And T-Van, I think this is going to be the game.
I mean, there's really nothing that's stopping them. Even though they didn't have Mr. X at the beginning of that fight, they were able to get a lot of damage out. Grumpy and Rook doing a great job of fending them off and dealing some great damage. Valentine has to extend so forward to kill these carries that by the time that the Malphite TP comes in, he has nothing to do against this Malphite. Sure, Silas is a great counter to Malphite in theory, but in execution it requires a lot of materials and a lot of things, and if you let Malphite just scale like that with a triple AP topside, well, we just saw exactly what happens from that.
And I still think that it wasn't just the Malphite. I think the use of the Chaos Storm and the Cyclone were other great tools, but I agree with you that the setup just wasn't quite there. What if it was Ornn instead? I think that might have actually been a bit different, just like you were asking for someone to help protect the Twitch. But
Yeah.
this is where it is. Congratulations to the Silver Smashers. What a great pair of games, and well played to Team Unknown. Again, there were opportunities in there and ways that they were taking fights that they really shouldn't have been doing as well as they were. So just exciting game all around. I'm very pleased.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I got to cast a game. Unfortunately, no game 3, but what
Yeah.
a great game to watch. I felt like there was a lot of intention in macro, and the mechanics were good, and I thought the drafting was quite fun. Unfortunately, that is Twitch had to face the biggest Twitch counter, and that's Malphite, right? It's every Twitch's nightmare. One of my best friends is a Twitch main that when Twitch was in his prime, he was high challenger, and he literally would dodge anytime we would duo when Malphite was locked in. Like, genuinely, it's so unplayable. And also, Twitch didn't really have a support that he could really play around. Maokai's support is good and all, but you kind of need that enchanter that sticks with you and defends you. Whereas Twitch, as we saw there, didn't really have that.
Yeah, and that's one of the fun things about drafting is when you first put it together, just like I was talking about, I was like, oh, I guess this makes sense because all these parts that seem like they would work together. But then when you actually get into practice and compare it to the opponent, how well does it actually work? And that's one of the fun things about League of Legends as a game is every single one is going to be different. Even if you have 8 out of the same 10 champions, it's different. And figuring out how to layer that and how to plan it and how to predict what they're going to ban and then pick and everything, very, very fun.
Oh, it's so fun. I honestly miss being on a competitive team where like crafting or drafting theory was a main conversation, especially now that we're seeing Fearless in the main regions. It's so fun. I mean, I obsess over it. Like literally 2-hour conversations of draft theory. Oh, I miss it, man. I miss it. When I used to coach too, my players hated it because they didn't understand how important drafting is. But it's like, you need to play through those theories of like, okay, well, if they ban these 3 champions, if we ban these 3, what's their first pick? And then how do we counter that? And then you play each tree. And that's
Mhm.
literally what they do in pro teams now is you just watch each tree fall, and it's hours and hours of just, okay, what if they do this instead? And then they go through the whole scenario like a chess game. It's so fascinating, but it's a huge point, especially in the meta right now. I feel like it's
Mhm.
very draft dependent.
Someone get T-Van on a team, says Brizabel. I love it. So we
too old.
are setting. You're too. What do you mean you're too
I'm
old?
too old. I'm 23, man. I can't do that. I can't.
All right, everybody. We are setting up an interview with one of the members of the Victorious Silver Smashers. And while we're waiting for that, T-Van, I do want your opinion on these bruiser supports and their roaming style and their efficacy, because the reality is Yoshiji on both the Xin Zhao and the Wukong did a lot of good work. Whether it was as explosive as we were thinking or not, what it did end up doing was it kept Team Unknown guessing. There was so much pressure for damage and a kill rather than crowd control and healing with those roaming fighters.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is going to be the fact that, like, I think that any other support could have just done exactly, or not any other support. A lot of supports could do exactly what he was doing. Like, I don't think that what he was able to accomplish was champion dependent, right? I think the roam that he did level 1, we've seen Rels do it all the time. We've seen Leonas do it all the time. Even Enchanter supports do that. I do it sometimes where you just walk up to the mid laner and just like hit them with a couple spells and chunk them. And it's like, all right, cool. Now you're down a whole health potion and my AD carry is not getting punished because he's playing Ezreal or whatever.
Right.
And I don't know. Every time I see these bruiser supports, they kind of just fall into the same trap that like Pantheon support always has to deal with of like, all right, it's 50 or even Elise support right now. Great. You have a great first 15 minutes. Cool. You got a lead. Now your champion's useless. Like Wukong kind of looked useless because you're in this meta down 4 levels as support. You're not getting a lot of gold economy. And they've nerfed the support item quite a bit. So you're not really dealing a lot of damage. Wukong ult is nice for the crowd control, but Rel ult does the same thing. Nautilus ult does the same thing. And some of those are even stronger than Wukong's ult. So I think they're good cheese picks, and I think they're good if you're good at those champions. You can definitely bring them to the table. But I'm always, the meta's the meta for a reason. There's strengths to these engaged supports that are going to bring more. I feel like Alistar's support and Wukong support. Alistar is just a better Wukong, except he just doesn't die because he has ult, right? So
And that's that tier list that people keep talking about, right? You have S tier, A tier, B tier, and that's what you're talking about, is that same mission can be accomplished, but more efficiently or with this much more flavor.
Right.
But I have to ask this question about it, T-Van. Are they as fun?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, no, that's a good point. No, that's a great point. I want to bring account of that. I mean, there's a reason that sometimes my OPGG really is just a bunch of random supports because I get bored. Like I do the same thing. I'm a Keria fanboy. Like I'm a Keria stan and I wear it on my sleeve. When I see him play like Sylas support, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's onto something. But in reality, it's just I'm like, okay, it's finally something that's not Janna. Oh my god, I can play something that's not Janna. Thank God, And my team hated me for that. I was always the guy like, guys, I got the new sauce. Camille support, guys. I swear it's the tech. And it's not the tech.
No, it's not. But I will tell you what is the tech. I'm gonna keep that to myself. When you see it, you'll know it was me. Okay.
When I see am I seeing it in like the ARAM lobbies or am I seeing it in like pro? Where am I seeing it? Okay, cool.
Anywhere you see it, it was me.
That could mean so many things. Like my mind's going to like Warwick at first.
Oh, it's not Warwick, but regardless, the other question that I have is about priority on the objectives. I think pretty much every game there was the trade of the Void Grubs for the Drake.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, if you're going to trade, you want to take the Grubs. Regardless of what your team comp can do, I think there will always be a point where the Grubs will be useful, whereas a single Drake and the stats they give is minimal when compared to the power that even having those 3 grubs is.
Yeah, I agree. I think Grubs is like in terms of like Dragon Rift Herald Dragon Rift Herald Grubs. I think they're the best objective to take. They're probably the best objective minus Baron, right, or Elder.
Right.
I even value Grubs higher than Atacon. Obviously, they're not on the same map, but unfortunately, sometimes it's like the question when Grubs and Drake, because they spawn at the same time, and usually the contests around the same time, unless you get like a level 3 Vi taking Dragon. The question is, can we contest these Grubs? Is the enemy team stronger, or can we take that fight? Are we going to 5v5 commit 5 members to take those Grubs? If they commit 5 people, are we going to win? If the answer is no, then you kind of have to just take the Dragon. It's just like, okay, cool, but at least we get something on the other side. Sometimes you just
Right.
have to, it's called cross mapping. Sometimes you just have to cross map. You just have to take bot tower instead of contesting top side. So it's like a handshake almost of like, okay, cool. Yep. I agree that I lose the fight. All right. I'll take the Dragon. You take the Grubs. I mean, sure, you get the better objective, but maybe we'll start stacking Dragons. Maybe we'll use that as a new win con of, okay, let's say it's a Cloud Soul or a Mountain Soul. Okay, we're going to start playing for a soul, and maybe that will be a win con that we can use later on.
So speaking of the souls, you mentioned how the Chemtech soul isn't one that's going to win you the game. In the patch notes, I think they just buffed it, and then they nerfed the Cloud Soul. Which is your favorite to see?
It's so interesting. I thought for the longest time, I thought Cloud Soul was the worst one, but now that like I feel like the game has matured, Cloud Soul's so broken.
Right.
I haven't seen what the nerf is right now, but just having that movement speed is such a broken thing to have. I mean, we're seeing like mages now, instead of taking Sork shoes, are taking Swifties. Movement speed is really solid. I feel like my favorite soul to watch though is Hextech, because I love the portals. I love watching like the way that people use portals on rotation and macro, especially with split maps happening a lot more. Hextech is easily, and also the soul is just exciting. It's really broken. So it's like this,
really
I would say
strong.
the second best one outside of Cloud.
Well, Cloud just got reduced from 20% move speed to 15%, so that's
The
rough.
out of combat movement speed, or is this the flat movement speed, or is that the movement speed after the ult?
Nerfing its passive movement speed gain, as it's quite difficult to answer once acquired.
Yeah, there's just like no counterplay to it. I feel like that's a valid nerf. Yeah, I see it. But
Speaking of no counterplay, there was no counter to this player. Please welcome Mr. X from the Silver Smashers. Hello.
Thanks for running this tournament, guys.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for playing. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. This is the first tournament I've ever won.
Oh, ever?
heck yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not counting Clash, but outside of Clash is the first time I've won.
Hey, that's really, really cool. So the first question I have is, this was a pretty decisive 2-0, but during the Swiss stage, Team Unknown came out ahead. What was different in that game versus these two?
I think we didn't have our priorities right. We were playing for top side when we should have been playing for the wrong side, or we should have been playing for bot side. And when it came to team fights, we just kind of misexecuted, hesitated a lot, and didn't pick our targets properly. And yeah, in our first time in Swiss.
Okay. So you had a couple of cheesy support picks, and you also went up against Burb, who had the proxy Briar in your last Swiss game. How do you guys communicate as a team and look at these type of things and either come up with or combat such odd things on the map?
When it came to dealing with the proxy farming, we kind of just kept our priorities straight. Like, we knew we wanted to get Rook ahead, and we wanted to make sure that our jungler didn't fall too far behind. So we spent time tracking Briar, trying to make sure our jungler could get camps, and kept playing for Rook. And when it comes to coming up with ideas for supports, well, it's kind of all Yoshiji. You know, he plays it, and we let him lead those games.
Okay. So Yoshiji also played the Mel in game number 1. What was the thought behind the role swapping?
Well, he plays a lot of roles, and so he's been playing a lot of mid currently. So he's very familiar with Mel. We picked Mbessa first because we knew it was going to be a flex pick, and then we thought, well, we can keep our guys guessing more and pick Mbessa, so they think then Best is going top. We pick Mel, so they think the Best is going top for sure, and then we still have options on what we can pick mid and bot lane.
Very clever. I don't know if you were paying attention or had the stream up on the side, but you broke both admin and me when we saw the final composition. We had no idea what was going on. It was very silly.
Well, I'm honestly surprised that the comp worked.
Yeah. Well, it worked pretty well. And speaking of working well, this last game in particular, you know what? We're not going to talk about that. Your plan in game number 1 was to get Rook ahead, I think, again. I think, if I remember right, it was 18-0 on the Aurora. How were comms during that when fight after fight after fight, you just came out so far ahead?
Well, the communication wasn't super crazy. After we won a fight, we kind of just take a step back, think, what do we want to do next? Whether it's like keep fighting if there's still people up, or what objectives we should take, what lanes we should push. I don't know. I feel like we kept pretty level head throughout all of our communication.
Good. T-Van, any questions from you?
I mean, so far, like, you're sounding like a really solid team with the way that you guys are communicating and talking about the game. It's a very mature mindset through the game. I'm curious about what you guys think for the future of your guys' stack. Are you guys wanting to play in other tournaments outside of PLC? Are you guys like staying together and playing some Clash, or is this just kind of like all right, we'll just play PLC every month and we're chilling?
Well, we look for other competitions to play in when we can, but PLC is kind of one of the more consistent ones, and there aren't too many open entry tournaments for RC level. I don't really know if we have plans to play with this 5-stack again. You know, earlier in the tournament we had a different support, but she had to leave and she's a world swap. Like, the Silver Smashers is 5 people normally. Out of the people that played today, our support earlier in Swiss, EJ Crafter, and I are the only normal, consistent people on the Silver Smashers. So
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you guys played really well as a team. It felt like a very fluid roster. So it would be cool to see you guys play more often with this with this kind of roster. Or, I mean, I'm sure the old roster will come back soon. But it was cool to see you guys, and I hope to see you soon and in March as well.
Yeah, we'll try to make it to that one too.
We hope to see you. I have one more question about a pick, and then we'll move on to what if you have anything to say, Mr. X. The Viego was picked quite frequently and was piloted similarly and effectively by 2 members of your team. Is Viego one of your top 3 picks for jungle position due to the nature of the champion, or just comfort from your players?
Yeah, it's just something that our players are comfortable with, both junglers we had, and actually Rook Q in the mid lane also plays Viego mid, so it's a little bit of a flex.
You just broke T-Van's heart.
Yeah, why not, man? Why not? Put him mid too. Yeah, why not? Wukong support, put Viego mid. Let's do it. Sure.
Well, Mr. X, thank you so much. Do you have anything you'd like to say or ask here while we have you on the stream?
I don't think so. Just thanks again for running this stuff, guys. Thanks for spending time on it. I don't know. I watched parts of the stream today, and it seemed like pretty high quality for a local run tournament that's free entry. So good stuff to you guys.
Well, thank you very much. All right, everybody. Mr. X, thank you again for jumping on here. Congratulations on the win, and we hope to see you again in March.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Now, everybody, speaking of March, reminder that registration is already open. March 15th will be our next tournament. That will be at 1 p.m. Pacific time. April registration is also open. That will be on April 19th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Don't forget that we will be streaming on YouTube from now on, and that all of our registration will go through Battlefy instead of Start.gg. If you have any questions, don't forget to join our Discord. We have all of those answers. We have been the PLC. We thank you so much for being here, and we will catch you in March.
We are the ones to ignite.